session according to the program with Professor Leonid Greening. She will make a presentation entitled Chemical Evolution in the Future. Yes, Professor.
Open your presentation.
Sorry?
Can you open your presentation? Or...
No.
Она вот...
Я вижу. Так, ну чтобы я это дал.
Сейчас. Открою.
I thought sorry. I thought it was him. Yes, yeah. Because we spoke yesterday, was his son.
Sorry.
Okay. Так.
Но вы не сможете писать с компьютера, надо будет только отсюда, потому что теперь только один экран.
Чем я буду писать?
Только вот пальцем.
Вот куда?
Вот сюда.
Вот сюда? Угу. А назад?
Назад в ту сторону. Сейчас.
Да. Так, вот ты где был?
А тебя не... Сейчас.
Ага. Вот сюда или сюда, да?
Да, но лучше просто смотреть это представить.
Да мне иногда назад нужно будет, поэтому я... Окей. I hope you hear me well. No, so it is strange, but there is a little, if any, research on chemical evolution in the framework of the study of big history. Why? This is a difficult question, perhaps. Perhaps no one knows the answer. I don't know it either, but I have an idea which I will present a little bit. A little below. One way or another, considering the chemical line of big history can significantly enrich our ideas about the general course of big history and about the way to increasing complexity. Moreover, without understanding the history of chemical evolution, one can hardly grasp the mystery of the origin of the lifespan and the development of life in the early period. The formation of hydrogen and helium atoms in the first period after the Big Bang and the accumulation of heavy element atoms as a result of the stack collapses were two major events in chemical evolution. However, the formation of atoms cannot be considered yet as a chemical evolution in the full sense of the word. Chemical evolution is the emergence of molecules and substances and their development into different and more complex types. One should realize that such an evolution could hardly begin in a very hot universe, nor could it take place in the depths of stars. So it is important to realize that chemical reactions can occur when the temperature drops to 5,000 degrees, but actually the most favorite condition for them is its relatively low plus temperature. B take place constantly in space, even at deep sub-zero temperatures. Some of the characteristics of such chemical reactions are known from the studies of gas and dust clouds. And Cs should be even more active within the framework of evolution of planets and other space bodies, including comets, as we can assume from studies of the bodies of the solar system. Some for attack. So from the above said, we can make the following important conclusion: that chemical evolution Sorry, no, there. Okay. So, chemical evolution can be regarded as a peripheral and parallel line of big history. Why? Firstly, chemical evolution could only begin after the universe that had cooled down. Secondly, it has always evolved not in the main sequence, that is not in stars and galaxies, but at the periphery of the universe. It developed mainly in gas and dust clouds and on peripheral celestial bodies, especially on planets. Consequently, for many billions of years, the achievements of chemical evolution were in a way unseen. No, let us now return to the question of why so little attention is paid to chemical evolution. I believe that is this parallel development of chemical evolution within big history is one of the main reasons. Other reasons are its co-evolution with geological and biological evolution, and the fact that we know very little about the biogenic chemical evolution. What has been said, however, in no way diminishes the role of chemical evolution. On the contrary, it makes its study really relevant. Chemical evolution began even before the star galaxy era, that is already the first millions of years after the Big Bang, in gases, hydrogen, helium, corals. This is where the first molecules were formed. But of course, this evolution could not proceed actively without the formation of a sufficient variety of chemical elements. Thus, chemical evolution progressed in parallel with the star galaxy evolution. At the same time, in clouds, on planets, in comets, and meteorites, there are many dozens of different, not only inorganic, but also many organic substances, including water, alcohol, acids, monosaccharides, and even amino acids, in particular glycine. The synthesis of simple organic substances constantly occurs in various cosmic environments. We do not know when the first planets formed, but with the emergence, the rate of chemical evolution increased considerably due to the variety of conditions for chemical processes on the planets, including in different gases and liquid media. Now let's consider the periodization of chemical evolution. We distinguish eight the following sequence of stage of chemical evolution before social phase in phases. First, the formation of atoms in the first elements, hydrogen, helium, and lithium. Second, the formation of atoms up to iron. Third, the formation of atoms of elements heavier than iron. Fourth, the formation of simple inorganic and organic compounds. However, it is important that the second and third stage could take place in parallel with the fourth one, but in different environments. That is the second and third in stars, while the first one in less hot environment. The fifth, the formation of compounds associated with formation of minerals on planets. Six, synthesis of more complex organic formation already on Earth, like nucleotides. Seven, synthesis of more complex substances and polymers, including proteins not yet capable of replication. And eight, synthesis of replicators and substances associated with the organic of life. Now we may consider the correlation between chemical evolution and big history. This is a scheme demonstrating the unfolding of big history structure of which is consisted of 10 phases, 5 major phases in blue and font color. No, this is done precosmic. Sorry. Так, да? Так, слева. Так, назад. Ага, так, вот вперед идет.
Нет, назад. Вот.
Ага, окей. Ага, ну, значит, precosmics, так, star galaxy, geological, biological, and social. Так, I showed them in the last presentation, and 5 transitional phases marked clearly. That's pre-stellar, planetary within solar system, geochemical. Sorry, that's a chemical. Chemical. Sorry. Biogenic, biosocial, anthropogenesis. On the left, you see the line of chemical evolution. That's the HAC stage listed in red.
So I don't know.
Sorry, it's technical problems. No one should pay attention to the important features of chemical. Evolution which distinguishes from other types of evolution. Now, while the other type of evolution are separate phases of big history, the chemical evolution runs parallel. Course.
The shooting in Louis.
Так, ну, let's consider development of chemical evolution clues. First, after the inflationary phase is developed as a part of pre-stellar phase. I have pointed out about that chemical evolution began in pre-stellar clouds, but it was still pre-chemical evolution. The star galaxy phase, which included the formation of planets outside the solar system, corresponds to cosmochemical stage. It is during this phase that the first chemicals are formed in different celestial bodies. Meteorites connected, etc., and gas dust clouds. Presumably, on ancient planets, where the temperature was much more favorable for chemical reactions than on stars, and new voltage stages the development of chemical evolution began. However, we know practically nothing about this evolution. With the formation of the solar system and the beginning of the planetary phase, since planetary chemical evolution began. On Earth, chemical evolution developed first as a part of geological and then biological phases. This development on geochemical and biochemical stage of chemical evolution. For the first time, the chemical evolution moved to the center of evolutionary development. This phase of chemical abiogenesis. The role of chemical evolution was increasing to the level of a transitional phase. The period between the formation of Earth and the emergence of life, so as this and biological phase was pivotal for the whole big history, and at the same time the least known and the most obscure. During this period, chemical evolution was integral and interrelated with geological, mineralogical, and biological evolution. There are various hypotheses about the abiogenic chemical evolution and the life emerging, including so-called the RNA wheel. Although progress has been made in many respects, especially in the last 15 years, so far none of them seems entirely satisfactory. This is mainly due to the extreme complexity of the problem itself. But from the point of view of evolutionary theory, the weaknesses of these approaches are in the following points. First, they deliberately or involuntarily reduce evolution to one of its lines. They, at the second, take one evolutionary mechanism as the main one in all cases. And third, the achievement of later periods already related to the biological phase are extrapolated to the abiogenic phase. We believe that the possibility of a major breakthrough exists only if there are a number of different development lines and ways. Moreover, each of these lines is limited and usually develops only a single mechanism or innovation. But these lines compete, interact, and complement each other. As a result, the time comes when the innovations of different lines add up to a fundamental new system. This means the beginning of a powerful breakthrough to a new level of complexity. However, such primary systems, as a rule, look archaic and are unlikely to survive. Therefore, the first pre-living systems, the so-called protobiotes, should not be considered as direct ancestors of the first living organisms, but as their analogs. In terms of a number of functions, these analogs were already comparable to the most primitive living systems, but in general they were organized differently and less complex. Of course, it is now extremely difficult to say how exactly. Thus, we can argue that the evolution of abiogenic organic substances occurred in the following different directions. A. Complication of chemical compounds and structures. B. Increase in energy output and reaction rate. C. Selection of elements and compounds according to certain parameters. D. Concentration of substance. E. The ability of complex compounds and proto-organisms to expand and grow quantitatively. At the same time, the importance of these areas could vary in different cases, periods, and levels, because the transition to a higher level of evolution requires changes along many lines. The important pre-adaptations are worth special mention. The most important pre-adaptation for the beginning of biological evolution are creation of a system isolated from the external environment in which constant cycles of chemical and biochemical reactions could take place. Constant maintaining of conditions, concentrations, energy balance of the desired rate of reactions within this isolated environment. Effective responses to external conditions and stimuli and replication. This is the ability to reproduce. Then preservation without major distortion of the initial core, management of complex chemical processes through the use of increasingly advanced catalysts and substances, and autocatalysis and the ability of self-assembly. These breakthroughs and pre-adaptations laid the foundation for biochemical synthesis and expansion. Now, I want to stress that sometimes all important for transition to life, they summarize only for replication. It is not right. There were necessary much more innovations. The primary conditions after the origin of Earth were unique. Without them, the transition to the emergence of pre-life and then life was impossible. Now, in any case, there are must been an abundance of available energy, though we don't know precisely the conditions, but an abundance of available energy was certainly. Consequences, the fundamental difference between abiogenic chemical evolution and the previous stages of evolution was the acquisition of the ability to store energy by chemical transformation during a system's lifespan and to use it for its own benefit. For a long time, the abiotic organic chemical evolution was only lateral and marginal in the general flow of inorganic chemical evolution. Then it was able to advance to a new level of evolution, that is to life taking place in a complex coevolutionary movement. Abiogenic chemical evolution was involved in a whole bunch of evolutionary development, geological, mineralogical, and geochemical. For example, one can assume that initially one of the most important directions of chemical evolution was the integration of protobions into chemical processes such as sulfur springs and the development of the ability to use these processes for one's own benefit. Now, two more ideas about two more ideas for conclusion. First, it's possible that there was another transitional phase of protoviruses between the abiogenic chemical phase and biological. No, Anton Grinin will present this this subject today. So that's no, in any case, it seems very probable that protoviruses was the bridge between abiogenic and biological phases. Second, we have stopped the development line of chemical evolution to the biological phase. Here you can see how it can be traced further as an important component of social evolution, which could be called social chemical. It's important begins to manifest already in the phase of anthropogenesis, from the moment when humans learned how to control fire. There is no point taking about the further role of chemical evolution in the social phase of the history. It's widely known. Nevertheless, we can argue that neither technology nor ordinary life would be possible without continued effort to master new chemical substances and reactions. And now we see new phase, the social biochemical phase. Okay, this concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention and sorry for technical problems. Question or comments?
We have to remove the position.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Leonid. We can now open for comments. Martin,
Okay.
go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Leonid, for the points that you have raised. One specific area that always comes to my mind where chemical processes are given insufficient attention, in my opinion, is planetary formation. And we see a nice interplay, that really determines what we have on the planet or what we don't have on the planet, which on one side depends on gravity, in particular how much gravity we have on the surface and which material the planet can hold on to. But I also think there's a role of chemistry about what can actually form planets. And I haven't come across a single person who works on planetary formation who talks about chemical bonds. What they're talking about is van der Waals forces, but that's a simple physical attraction. It has nothing to do with chemistry. And I find it absolutely striking that the rocky planets that we have in the solar system are mainly formed of silicates. And it's not necessarily the most common material if we look at what is produced in the sun. But I would make a well-informed guess that this could actually have to do with the fact that silicates are substances which chemically just can build these large structures and others fail. And I see no such discussion. So if you are aware of any such discussions, I would much appreciate if you could let me know or what your thoughts are on this point.
And also, it is a good point. Of course, I thought that that's the primary condition after the origin of life, very neat. No, so it is included different conditions. Of course, then specific of Earth as a planet was among them. The gravity was not must not be too big as Jupiter, for example, or not so easy, and of course the structure of our planets and the existence of water and different spheres, liquid and air and other temperature, of course. Though on the Mars and Venus there were also conditions among which life can be possible, especially in the Mars where the climate was much warmer in the some billions years ago, but the conditions on Earth were unique and physical, geological, physical, and chemical substances, chemical structures were the most suitable for life. That's why I think that the abiogenetic chemical place was so short, only 3-5 maybe hundreds of millions years, and very quick. The development was very quick.
No, any other questions or comments? No, actually, I think we have to move. And yes. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Michael Bovens or Michelle Bovens is here. Is he here? Yes. I just tried to see if Michael Bovens is here. Yes. Nice. So next paper will be.
Can I just give input to Martin's assertion or his point?
Yes.
You know, I come to believe now that everything is needed. Silicates are important only insofar as to make organic compound that is within the interstellar medium. According to me, about 90% of the chemistry needed for the emergence of life for all chemistries is made in the interstellar media or medium. Because all other chemistries, that is, for example, atmospheric lightning chemistry made in the plumes of volcanoes and others, are very, very small, and people are tinkering at the edges when they talk about those. And I think the only important chemistry is in the interstellar mediums, and which means that the silicon is necessary to make molecules to be delivered onto any planet. And I think, in scheme of things, I don't know which author or which scientist said that universe knew we were coming. Universe knew that life was coming, or we were coming, the man was coming. And so really, I just have to say that silicates only play part in the scheme of things of preparing the background or the groundwork for the emergence of life on a planet in terms of getting the chemistry right and correct. Thanks.
Thank you for interesting comments. No, I believe that we will see new finding in cosmos. So in the future we will discover new substances in cosmos. Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you. But anyway, thank you for your comment. But definitely we have to move further. So Michelle or Michael Bovens, the pulsation of the comments, the forgotten sort of execution in human history, and its potential role in the next civilizational transition. Please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I'm pretty new to this community. I'm mostly an activist scholar, but if you go to my page on Google Scholar, you will kind of see what I've written in the last 20 years. So my engagement has been with the Peer-to-Peer Foundation, which is an observatory of peer-to-peer and commons-oriented trends. I also work for the Civilization Research Institute, which is based in the US and works on issues of accelerating global catastrophic risks. And my role in this project is to embed their work in a civilizational transition narrative. And finally, I also work with a Chinese network nation, or coordination as we call them in our world. As you may know, there are about between 24 and 39 million digital nomads, according to the last statistics. And this organization is a crypto nomadic network of people working in the crypto economy who are from a Chinese background, either mainland or diasporic, and work around public goods, the production of public goods for this new digital infrastructure. Okay, so basically, maybe before I begin, I'll briefly define my vocabulary. So I talk about peer-to-peer, and the way I define it, and the people that work with me define it, is as the capacity for people who are not geographically close to organize themselves through digital networks, to create new value streams, to create new economies that are not bound to a geographic location. So that gave us, first of all, the open source economy. Already in 2011, there was a study by CCIA, which is not the CIA, but the Computer Industry Association in the US, calculated that the open source economy, in other words, economic activities depend on joint knowledge, on shared knowledge, was 16% of US GDP and involving 17 million workers. A second iteration of this is the urban commons. So I did a study in 2016 for the city of Ghent. And in 2008, there were 50 urban commons. And in 2016, there were 500 urban commons initiatives. So basically, in a city like Ghent, but this is true for many, many places in the world, any urban provisioning system is now available in a public fashion, say public housing, in a private fashion, of course, private housing and real estate, but also in a cooperative and commons-oriented fashion. So you have cooperative housing, community land trusts, and things like co-living, co-housing arrangements, for example, in housing. And the third iteration of these new kind of translocal organizations is the crypto economy, which, as you may know, reached 3 trillion. It then fell back to 1 trillion. But so these are very real and active sectors of society today, which are organized on a translocal basis. And so the second point of my vocabulary is that these peer-to-peer global organizations are all using shared commons. And so the commons, I define it maybe in the classical way of Ostrom as any shared resource that is created or maintained or protected by a community or a group of stakeholders, and that uses its own regulation. So it's neither a state nor a private entity. It's a collective entity that takes care of a whole. And so the kind of value activity that takes place in what is now called commons-based peer production are contributory dynamics, meaning that every person that contributes to this whole is considered and recognized as a contributor and as a value creator in that community. So at the core of the institutional setup of this economy, you have the commons, where everybody adds value to the common pool. Around these commons, you will have an entrepreneurial coalition. So all the people create added value for the market, but codependent on their common pool. And the third aspect will be the emergence of for benefit associations. So you will notice that all these open source communities all have FLOSS foundations. So Linux has a Linux Foundation, Wikipedia has the Wikimedia Foundation, etc., etc. So this kind of triarchical organization is key to understand the new commons economy. So economics which are dependent on commons and enabled by peer-to-peer relationships. I think we can very shortly tell you a stylized version of the history of the commons. So kind of a linear story first, then I will do the cyclic version of it. But the linear story is that, of course, the commons were part of every traditional society, except for capitalism, which actively enclosed and destroyed the commons. So physical commons, forest commons, fisheries, mountain flanks in Switzerland, etc., etc. So as capitalism enclosed the commons during the enclosure starting in the 16th century or even before, the farmers were chased to the cities where they became the proletariat. And then you have the second phase of the commons, which is mutualization of life risk. Since there was no welfare state and until around 1850, working class people lived maybe until year 40 or something. So we have an enormous explosion of social commons created by the labor movement. So this was the second phase of the commons. And so physical commons were enclosed and privatized, but social commons were statified through the welfare systems that took over the management of these solidarity mechanisms, which basically eliminated the commons from consciousness, especially in the Western countries. But then in 93, with the democratization of the internet, we have a return of the commons in the form of digital commons. And so also a return of the consciousness of commoning and the practice of commoning. So this is the third phase, the return of the digital commons as a core element of our modern economies. The fourth episode for me is after 2008, when there is a massive economic crisis. Up to 50% of young people are unemployed in some countries like Italy and Spain. And this creates the conditions for the urban commons wave, which I have mentioned in the beginning. So a tenfold increase of urban commons in about 10 years. The fifth stage, in my view, is what I call cosmo-local production. So the P2P Foundation just produced a book. It's called the Cosmo-Local Reader. And basically, cosmo-local production is a form of production which takes into account the capacity of digital networks to basically reinvent a kind of a space-time logic. So the basic rule of cosmo-local production, if it's heavy, it's local. If it's light, it's global and shared. So this combines relocalizing production. So I talked about the subsidiarity of material production. So the relocalization of physical production using advanced technology like distributed manufacturing. So that's the local part. But they are all these local initiatives are united in global commons, knowledge commons, which I sometimes call protocol cooperatives, because they hold the common code, the common software, the common knowledge, the common designs of the project, but also the cooperative rules, what makes it possible for all these distant projects to work together globally. So that's what we call cosmo-localism. And in the book the Cosmo-Local Reader, you can find 40 different examples. I'll give you one so that you understand what it means. So in India, you have the solar lamp project. So the design of the solar lamp is an open design. So it's a globally available design, but it's produced physically, locally in India. And so when I visited them, this was a few years ago in Mumbai, ITT Mumbai, they provided 4 million students in poor villages with light through solar lamps. On top of that, they build, so that's the local part. On top of that, they build a system which allows 400,000 of those students to join the university through distance learning, using a digital network, and then reintroduce them into the physical university system. So that's just one example. So you combine a shared design, which can be used in any place in the world, but you localize the production of that particular physical good. So everything heavy is local, everything light is global and shared. So the other way to look at the commons is in a cyclical way. And this is where the pulsation of the commons comes in. And this is based on the empirical evidence that you can find, for example, in one book, which is called Ecological Revolutions and the Axial Religions from Mark Whittaker. So he looks at ancient China, the time around Mozi, medieval Japan, the beginning of the Tokugawa period in the 16th century, and post-Roman Europe. And so the thesis that I get from this study is that an inverted relationship between the extractive institutions and the commons institutions. So if you take the cyclic evolution of any society or civilization, so in the A phase, when you have an expansion and a growth of the society or civilization, that favors extractive institutions that depend on growth and conquest. In other words, markets and states. But when that system reaches a peak and it enters its B phase, so it's less and less able to provide services for the population in these systems, that creates a contrary push for the regeneration of local commons. So in other words, when the imperial systems start weakening, there is an incentive for people to recreate local protection. So they will use commons to ensure the longevity of their local provisioning systems. And if you look at the social commons, you can see the work of Karl Polanyi with his lib-lab cycle. It's very similar, right? His claim is that in the A phase of a generative cycle, which is good for labor, you have high growth, material productivity. So you need a lot of labor. That's good for labor, welfare reforms, higher income. But when the peak is reached, the first crisis in the middle of the Kondratyev, you get a descending phase, which is the lib period. The market is freed from societal controls. So that cycle is very similar to what I'm trying to claim here. So that you have periods where the commons are strengthened and periods where the commons are weakened. And so here is where my political strategy comes from. So as we now have a planetary civilization and world system, what we can see is a commons gap at a cosmic level. So the nation state is paralyzed because the transnational financial system is too strong to have societal reform within a nation state. And so at a global level, we have an interstate system and we have a transnational financial system. And the transnational finance system is stronger than the nation state system. And what is missing is, and this is what I call the commons gap, are trans-local institutions that can be a counterpower to the global extractive institutions. So in other words, this pulsation of the commons is now in a kind of blockage. And so this is, I think, what can be addressed with the kind of work that I'm doing, for example, with crypto communities. I did a study which is called P2P accounting for planetary survival. And I discovered that we studied 300 peer production communities. This is about 10 years ago already. And 75% of these peer production communities already had contributory accounting mechanisms. So let me explain briefly what that means. If you have a global network based on contributions, surrounded by an entrepreneurial coalition, not every contributor can realize his work in the market. So we have an issue which I call the value crisis. Now, if you're aware of the work of Yanis Varoufakis and his last book on techno-feudalism, his thesis, which I agree with, this is what I also call the value crisis, is that we now have basically, in order to realize value of commodities, you need to go through the platforms. And so the thesis of Yanis Varoufakis is that capital itself has become indentured to the new cloud capital.
Michael, you have just 5 minutes left. Just
5
give
minutes.
this. So
All right. Okay. Yes. Okay. So there is a discrepancy between an economy that is moving towards platforms and contributions and the capacity to realize value. So contributory accounting is an answer to that. So basically you have a double accounting, which records contributions and then reserves a part of the commodity income for the contributors who don't realize their work in the global system. Okay, so that's contributory accounting. The second aspect is flow accounting. So flow accounting, one of the methods is called REA, Resources, Events, Agents, has abandoned double entry accounting and allows accounting to take place in an open network. So this is very important, right? We shift not just from a commodity regime to a contributory regime, but we move from closed narcissistic accounting, where you only see profit and capital in your own entity, but you're blind to the impact on the system. We now have open ecosystems where people can come in and out. So this is typical both for open source and for the crypto economy. Their open global infrastructures allow open input, permissionless open input in these new systems. And these systems are holoptical, meaning from any point of view in the system, you can see the whole system, as opposed to a pyramidal knowledge system. So flow accounting allows any transaction to be seen ecosystemically in the whole system. The third aspect, and I'll be finishing with this, is matter energy flow accounting. So the capacity to directly see flows of matter and energy integrated in the normal accounting system that are no longer just financial, but allow biophysical management. And so allow ideally systems of production to take into account the global thresholds and allocations of rare physical resources. Okay, I'll just say one more thing, which is what is the effect of this on state and public authorities? So I'll give you a brief example. This is what I call the partner state approach, which is when public authorities start seeing commons-based peer production as actually an ally to revive local economies. So for example, in northern Italy, you can see some cities like Pavia or Padua, which literally lose one business every day of the year. So there is this kind of systemic regional crisis in these regions. So what they did was inventing a new regulation, which was originally called the Bologna Regulation for the care and regeneration of the urban commons. So this is called a quintuple helix governance systems, which unites the city as a central coordinator with the commercial, non-profit, and research sectors. And those four enable and help the fifth sector, which is common-centric citizen initiatives. what it allows is for any group of citizens is to basically declare a commons interest to take care of an urban commons. This system has been taken over by 250 Italian cities and has mobilized 1 million Italians. Yes,
Right.
I kind of will stop here. So I hope that I gave you at least an idea of something that is emerging in our world. And that's creating seed forms that have a post-capitalist logic. So even though it's emerging, it's growing at a significant pace, and it offers a logic of organizing civilization that is post-geographic. In other words, that mixes the local, physical, geographic with the new way of looking at the global, the cosmos. So that's basically what I try to explain in this talk.
No, thank you for your very interesting presentation. No, I'm afraid we are running out of time, so I don't think we have more than 5 minutes for discussion. But perhaps Sunsar, try to be as brief as possible. Perhaps
Okay.
not.
Yes, certainly.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much for this presentation. I look forward to actually learning much more about your work. My question is actually about this progression from the physical commons to the social commons to the digital commons. I seem to see some kind of asymmetry here because, you know, you said the physical commons was part of every traditional society, but it became enclosed and destroyed by capitalism around 1600s. And then the social commons was taken over by the welfare system. Now, if you look at the digital commons, it was not something received. It was something, if you take the internet as a starting point, it was something which was actually created. And it wasn't actually created as a commons in the sense of the previous two commons. It was actually created by the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, in a Cold War context. And we cannot just dismiss that as an origin. You know, it became a public commons, but this origin cannot be dismissed as an origin, especially after Snowden, after the Snowden, you know, of surveillance, global surveillance, even on allies and things like that. And then if you look at the if you look at the mobile phone network, global network, this whole issue with Huawei and attempts to ban Huawei is also very much in line with this origin of the internet. So this digital commons seems to be, in some respects, quite different from the physical and even social commons. And so if you look at the financial system, you spoke about the transnational financial system. So the cutting off of Russia from the SWIFT system, for example, you know, so this ability is there, one power dominating the commons, this digital commons. That's why China has started its own, you know, internal internet and things like that. So don't we need a global infrastructure, you know, digital infrastructure that's not monopolized by one country? For example, after Snowden, Dilma Rousseff, the president of Brazil, vowed to build their own internet infrastructure with starting from the cables and everything. Yes, can you please address this doubt or concern?
Thank you.
Michael, there are just 2 minutes to yes.
All right. So basically, I work with 4 scenarios. I create the quadrant where you have centralized versus distributed for profit and for benefit. So centralized for profit would be the what I call the netarchical platforms, or what Yanis calls cloud capital. So there you have a front end of peer-to-peer, but all the back end is centralized, and there is an exploitation of free labor in these platforms, and they are today the new capital. So I say there is a transformation from Marxist capitalism to Proudhonian capitalism, because it's human cooperation that is directly exploited, not through commodities. Facebook only has 1% workers of its money going to its own workers. The second form is distributed capitalism. And this is the world of Bitcoin, of blockchain. And you know, one way I look at this is, so 5,000 years ago, we moved from kinship systems to markets and states. And that was around writing and creating a writing elite. Now we have coding elites. And just as the capitalists in the merchant cities were trying to create a world at their image, these workers are creating a world at their image, and they want to be free of big capital and big state. So they're not working class, you know, working in big factories as we used to. They're much more like the medieval guilds. And that explains their libertarian ethos. But they're definitely working at the kind of infrastructure that you describe. They're very, very interested in being independent of state control, but also of corporate and banking control. Okay, then on the other side, the for benefit side, you have a enormously strong revival of urban provisioning systems. And I should also maybe mention that mutualizing provisioning systems is enormously beneficial for local populations. So there is a movement in Europe, it's called Factor 20 reduction. And it has shown in many instances that you can reduce energy usage by 95% by mutualizing provisioning systems. So an authentic car sharing system, for example, not Uber, but a car sharing association, every shared car can replace 9 to 13 private cars. And so that also means an enormous savings in the cost of these services. So that is what drives these populations to do that. And they, despite all the limitations of the existing infrastructure, they can actually use all kinds of infrastructure to enable the approach in a way that wasn't possible before. And then you have the fourth sector, now finished, is the global commons, right? These are digitally native open source communities that starts at the global level, but then go down to the local geographic level. So you have four models coexisting and representing four visions of the world. And obviously the strongest is the bad, the worst, which is this cloud computing, creating a techno-feudalism. But I think we should also look at the alternative potential, which is created by the three other models.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. I think we have to move in another presentation. I have to ask the rest of the presenters to keep to the time limits. So, no, to try to present within 20 minutes, but no, if you present for 30 minutes, then unfortunately we will not have time for discussion. So if someone presents for 30 minutes, no, then we have to move immediately after that presentation to the next presentation. So yes, please try to keep to those limits. So next presenter will be Laszlo Karvalic from the Institute of Advanced Studies in Hungary, the 5 control structures of social history and evolutionary typology. Laszlo, please, you're welcome. Yes.
Hi, here is another newbie in this prestigious scientific community. Do you see my slides?
Yes, we see it quite well.
Do you see the change of the slide too?
No, not change. We see the first page.
Okay. So there is a problem with the slide because I jump ahead and back, and you see only the first slide. Okay, I try
wait
to.
Wait a minute. If it's not in the presentation mode. Your PowerPoint is not in presentation mode. Well, what happened? You've actually brought back the whole thing. You know,
okay.
If you look at the right-hand side of your PowerPoint, there's a kind of a blind-like thing. You know, like you pull down blinds. That square box, that should be, if you click that, you should be able to get into the presentation mode.
Okay.
You should first share your screen again.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to share the screen again.
Yes.
Sorry.
Sorry for the calamities.
It happens. It happens.
Technical problems
Okay.
also take around. It's not the first, and I'm afraid not the last technical problem we get across again today.
Just go into share mode and then look at the
Okay.
first slide, right-hand side. There should be a
Yes.
Yes, it's yes.
Well, I can see it anyway. It's on your right. It should be
Now, and now it works.
Sorry,
Yes.
no, it's not.
It's
Good.
not
Okay.
Yes. Let's
So thank you very much. I would like to share an infant theory with you. And in Hungary, we say in this case that let's drop to the legs of squirrels. And I think that you have a similar expression, or you can culturally translate it easily. But I'm brave enough to make it because 30 years ago, for me, it was a kind of revelation to know this theory of counter-revolution when I started to discover the historical roots and origins of contemporary information society. And this American sociologist, James Benninger, could provide a very, very impressive theory, putting the origins into the third part of the 19th century. And he stated that it was about these rapid changes in the information systems, and the revolution in societal control resulted a later development of society. He provided this causal derivation for us, that these disruptive changes in mass production or manufacturing and the distribution and transportation generated by the Industrial Revolution led run into a control crisis, and using a state-of-art innovative information technology solutions and the capacity of modern institutions, societies could successfully recreate the equilibrium, and it was a kind of control revolution. And he coined this revolution bureaucratic revolution. A footnote: bureaucracy is a long time historical phenomena, and bureaucratic control is a different entity. For big historians, it is interesting to see that Benninger started to expand the validity of his theory to a kind of proto-big history like space. He defined control in this way: a purposive influence toward a predetermined goal. He showed that thermodynamics explains why such control is essential to life itself. There is a good citation from the book about it, and he deeply believed that this model is universal and valid from the prokaryote-eukaryote transition. His highlighted thesis was that control needs information processing, and in this way, the history of control crisis and control revolutions shifts is equal with the history of growing complexity and energy needs of specialized information processing units, from the neural cells to the big organizations. Now, there are a lot of problems with this brilliant theory. first of all, it has a strong cybernetic flavor. This purposiveness or intended behavior is not decisive in several situations or problem situations. They are just components of a bigger control mix. There are a lot of uncontrollable effects. There are a lot of outer effects on the outcome. So I would like to propose to talk about control mix instead of purposive control. The causal logic is not talking about the primary cause of this great disruption of 19th century. I think that it is not simply the Industrial Revolution. We have to identify a systemic push to a higher level coordination. Local actors can optimize their strategies through deeper integratedness into global networks, which is, in other words, is a well-known evolutionary momentum or pattern. This crisis revolution model is also insufficient because we should add control perturbances or control corrections, understanding more deeply the nature of punctuated equilibrium and the stasis stages. Banniger is not talking about the pre-bureaucratic control structures, and he's not talking about the post-bureaucratic control structures. If we can or should identify that now the world of bureaucratic control, which was revolutionary in the end of the 19th century, now is coming closer and closer to a new crisis stage. So we should discover somehow the outlines of a next control revolution. So even if Banniger's theory is a very well established, beautifully written, fertile theory, there is a need for form a longitudinal or general control theory from the anthropogenesis to the 21st century. We should extend this cybernetic concept of control to a kind of general set of entangled concepts reflecting to the complexity of the space of effects and impacts. And finally, which is the most important aspect from my mind, there is a strong need for the completion of the control model with the main evolutionary pattern, the symbiogenetic principle, which was slightly mentioned in the previous slide. So now, if we use the general symbiogenesis model, which was made by cellular biologists, which is about a group formation from single individuals forming cooperative groups without transformation, and after that transforming a multi-component new higher level individual from the parts of a cooperative group. This is the group transformation phase, which is very rare in evolution because there are thresholds in the process, and it's easy. And of course, it's a recurring process when a multi-component individual start again a group formation process. There is a multiplication and variation pattern to be integrated again. So this is a kind of wheel of group transformation and a kind of control revolutions, because every new organizational level needs a new workable control structure. This is the only way to overcome the thresholds. In the group formation phase, it is enough to make small or several control corrections, maintaining or keeping the old traditional control structure. But if it is not enough, there is a control crisis, and the only way to go ahead is the control revolution. So this is about the permanent symbiogenetic push on the entities or individuals, or multi-component individuals. And I simply apply this logic for the world history, identifying the multi-component entities, and the turn to the birth of a new system level and a new control structure. We can see the crisis of the control structure when the new entities are multiplicating and starting to run on their own way, and this table somehow can provide the missing items of Benninger theory. The pre-bureaucratic control structure is the aristocratic control structure, which is a product of the imperial and the urban network systems. Before the aristocratic control, the birth of civilization, we find the hierocratic control, which was changed to the aristocratic later. And we can identify the first control structure change, the control structure of group societies, the so-called isonomic control, to the next level. But what is most interesting is at the end of the table, or the end of the wheel. So if bureaucratic control now in crisis, what is the way ahead? From a symbiogenetic point of view, it is a world society. The only possible entity and the control, the post-bureaucratic control, can be isocratic. It's very close to those norms which Michel were talking about. So a proto-cooperatives can be a real cooperative under the shadow of isocratic control. And we can see why history is very important for the future too, because if the world society is not a reproducible unit to multiplicate and to generate variations and mutations, there is no follow-up in this historical process, which means that the cosmic expansion with terraforming, which we were talking about a lot yesterday and Tuesday, is a kind of automatic consequence of this control structure story I was talking about. And if there is no possibility to generate new global biocultural units, referring to Vilmos Csányi, the author of Evolution Systems, he said that in this case, our whole evolutionary history will be a subchapter of the low temperature physics. So don't forget that not only planet forming is a symbiogenetic moment, forming molecules for atoms, it's also a symbiogenetic moment. So we can use the same framework for the geo, chemo, bio, and human evolution. And finally, I was talking about the rareness of this adaptive event, the control revolution. And of course, we always have to keep in mind that the number of abortive group transformation are bigger in the history, because the thresholds are merciless and the cultures are inflexible. There are a lot of other things to do with this baby or infant theory, but I was glad to be able to share the details with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. No, thank you for keeping to time. Now I think we have some time for questions. Please, any questions, comments, or please.
Martin.
Martin, please.
Yeah, just to add a comment, something I find quite useful, when it comes to systems and controls, is to think about stability and the effect of positive feedback loops and negative feedback loops. And over the course of history, we've seen systems that self-stabilize and systems that just show runaway effects. Famous difference is the development of the geochemistry, the geochemical cycles on Earth as opposed to Venus, and the negative feedback loops that help systems to stabilize are absolutely essential for life as a whole to sustain on Earth. But this could also be transferred to social and political constructs, so that can nicely be generalized. What are your thoughts on that?
Thank you very much. So those are your comment, but please not very long.
Yes, very short. Yes, Laszlo, you spoke about the crisis revolution model being insufficient, and we need a kind of control revolution aspect to it. I was just wondering, how would Naomi Klein, this thinker here in the US, her book on disaster capitalism, the rise of disaster capitalism, where people see these crises as an opportunity to further, each crisis is seen as a great opportunity to extend control. So, not only are these disasters, natural disasters, welcome, one can even create disasters, like the pandemic. The COVID pandemic was a great opportunity to experiment with social control. Yeah, could you please share your thoughts on this?
Yes, but not long, perhaps a couple, 2-3 minutes, please.
Yes, I will be brief. First of all, the insufficient nature of the control crisis, control revolution model is because it's too monolithic. So we have to downsize, and we have to be more granular. That's why I propose to use control perturbances and control corrections, which are small steps, small events, and they can stabilize again and again and again the control structure. So the stability is extremely important. But since the self-organization of a community and the constant feedback loops are not enough somehow to survive or to be resilient, because the changes in the environment. So that's why the dynamics is constantly reprograms its logic. And to your second question, the tools of making control corrections, perhaps the brilliant information technology solutions to be able to process all the important information to make adequate decisions leading to adequate actions. Same tools can be supportive tools of a next control structure too. So this is somehow close to the Marxian dialectics. So the previous control structures produces tools to be able to survive and to push its life cycle forward. But these solutions can be extremely useful for the next control structure too.
Thank you very much. No, yes, I think we have to move further. Thank you very much for the presentation and very interesting discussion. We are now more or less coming back to our schedule. And thank you for keeping to the time limits, Laszlo. So, Peter, now the next presenter will be Peter Richardson, who will present his paper, his presentation, "The Revolution's Place in Big History." Please, Peter, you're most welcome. Yes, Peter. Yes.
Here
Mike.
I am, and I
Yes.
assume you can hear me all right.
Very well.
Thank you very much for making a place for me, Andre, and for inviting me in the first place. Sorry to be so much trouble because of my chest cold, but I'll do the best I can here. So let me share this screen. Did that?
Yes, we see.
Your screen. Says I'm sharing a screen, but can you
Yes.
see my shared screen?
We see it.
No.
Very well.
Yes, we see.
You see it. Okay, great. So what I want to talk about today is the place of macroevolution in big history. So macroevolution is an evolutionary biologist's concept of evolution over the long term. So macroevolution in evolutionary biology typically has timescales in the upwards of tens of generations, all out to very much longer timescales than that. Generally speaking, direct observation and experiment are not possible, and it's our understanding of these long-term processes is dependent upon biogeochemistry, geology, paleoecology, and paleontology. And big history is very similar. It's all of the above, right? But it's also has interests in the evolution of the universe, the solar system, the planet Earth, the origins of life, and human evolution. Not to say that some evolutionary biologists like me aren't interested in human evolution, but most biologists aren't. And it's dependent in addition on history and paleoanthropology. So it seems to me that many of the most interesting questions we have are macroevolutionary questions. Is life common in the universe or rare? Is intelligent life common or rare? Why are human big brains and culture a Pleistocene phenomenon? Why didn't human-like organisms evolve long ago and far away? Why did agriculture begin to evolve 10,000 years ago, not 1,000 years ago or 100,000 years ago? And why did human populations increase so dramatically in the last 500 years? When and why did cumulative cultural evolution, language, cooperative breeding, and other distinctive human traits evolve? And the microevolution typically is preoccupied with much more technical and at least to the general public, less interesting questions. And why can't we just directly extrapolate from microevolution to macroevolution? There's a lot of reasons, but one of them that it strikes me is very germane, and it's a simple idea. The excuse me. This slide shows the log of time intervals in millions of years and the rate of evolution also logged. So the rate of evolution is ever so much slower in the long term than it is in the short run. And this is true for both organic evolution in the black dots and cultural evolution in the gray squares. There's a huge amount of the cultural data come mostly from archaeological sites. The left-hand side of the biology curve comes from lab experiments and observations, direct observations for the most part of evolution. And the right-hand side of the biology curve comes from paleontology. So how do we understand this disconnect? If we made this on a linear scale, this would be a very dramatic difference, obviously. And it's as if evolution in the short run is mostly just noodling around, not doing much of anything. But perhaps very slowly drifting towards doing something of a large scale in the long run, the kinds of events that we see over toward the right-hand side of this curve. So it's as if evolution has a lot of reserve horsepower. And I'll come back to the potential significance of that. It also illustrates the difference between cultural and genetic evolution. Earhart's talk on Tuesday covered the idea that each, what he called language, information system has different evolutionary properties, and culture has the evolutionary property of being faster on the whole than genetic evolution. The classic macroevolutionary approach pioneered by George Gaylord Simpson back in the middle of the last century divides the problem into tempo, mode, and pattern of evolution. So the tempo issue is the rates of evolution. To some extent, we covered that in the last slide. Cultural versus genetic evolution. Classically, in genetic evolution, sources of variation and the strengths of selective forces on that variation set the rate of evolution. And then the mode, the processes that are driving change, selective processes like selection acting on genes or culture, selective processes, random effects, gene culture coevolution, and other forms of coevolution. And then patterns. I mean, does evolution look like a random walk? Are there diversifying processes as in adaptive radiations where a swarm of species are generated from one progenitor? Progressive changes, monotonic changes over time. Stasis. So generally speaking, the patterns are relatively easy to discover. The mode and the tempo, the tempo and the patterns are fairly easy to make out in the historical and fossil records. The processes acting particularly on the long time scales are the most difficult part of this problem to solve. So macroevolutionary hypotheses, to my way of thinking, come in three basic flavors. Internalist explanations imagine that the tempo and mode of evolutionary processes themselves generate the patterns. Evolution, for example, is often imagined to be inherently slow, and evolution is often controversially imagined to be progressive toward greater complexity or some other end state of that kind. And some evolution is certainly of this kind. So the evolution of stars is rather strongly determined by internal processes. Once we know the mass of the star, we can piece out its evolution in a rather deterministic fashion. So there, the evolution of a star is not influenced by much, at any rate, by the star's galactic environment. It evolves according to a rather deterministic process as it burns up its fuel. Externalist ideas see evolutionary patterns in response to selection in environments of the relatively recent past, typically. So the idea here is that if evolution is potentially very fast on a geological time scale, is what I called the reserve capacity of evolution in the previous slide, then the long-term evolution is going to be a pattern that is directed by environmental patterns. So as seafloor spreading changes the distribution and structure of continents and ocean basins, climates will change, terrestrial environments will change, and oceanic environments will change, and the basic patterns of evolution will be set by those factors, at least in part. And then there is a different kind of explanation, sort of a combination of both of the above, that I call pre-adaptationist. When environments change dramatically, some existing characters when environments change suddenly, some organisms have existing characters that can be readily adapted to the new environment, and those without such adaptations go extinct. These kinds of debates go back a long ways. Darwin was largely an externalist. He thought that species adapted to environments in a kind of a particularistic way. Any given species had its given environment, and natural selection operated to shape it for that particular environment. And Darwin was not a progressivist by and large. There's an important exception that I don't have time to go into, but it's. By comparison with Spencer, who was a largely internalist theorist, he had this idea that evolution of everything, including stars, was governed by some internal process that made everything move from homogeneous to differentiated systems, and that's a kind of a progressivist system. In the human case, Franz Boas was actually quite a fan of Darwin, as a few people know, because he was interested in cultures that evolved pretty much on their own. Not that there aren't influences between cultures, but each culture is a particular evolving entity living in a particular environment and evolving in that environment, versus Leslie White, who was a fierce critic of Boas. And Leslie White thought a lot more like Spencer, that there was an a material progressivist principle involved. So this debate has quite a long history. So here are some examples of macroevolutionary questions that I think are interesting. Why did humans evolve in the Pleistocene? Why didn't other species evolve a high dependence on cultural adaptations the way we did? Why did it take the whole Pleistocene, more or less, not more, not less, for Homo sapiens to evolve? What explains the progressive cultural evolutionary trend in the Holocene? So internalist explanations are common. I'm not going to go into details here. For example, when I was a freshman student, I heard Sherwood Washburn give a lecture, and the idea was that when Australopithecines became bipedal, they could use their free hands to make tools. and free hands and tools would put selection pressure on brains, and there would be a kind of a positive feedback between brains, tools, and hands that would result in the evolution of modern humans. And there are many other proposals of that same general ilk. And so let me now turn to the evidence for externalist environment-driven hypotheses. I'm going to emphasize humans, but I'm going to start with a bit longer time scale. This is climate variation in space and time in the last 65 million years. And you can, this is on the left-hand side here is temperature dropping and getting more variable as time goes on. And then there are various climatic events. And the essential point here is that as the ice sheets have grown, ice sheets are apparently unstable, and they have driven the increasing instability of climates for at least the last 40 million years or so. And mammalian brain sizes have been increasing over this time. If you think of brains as something that would be adapted to variable environments, this pattern certainly seems to buttress that kind of an argument. We know a little bit more about the more detail about the recent evolution of climates, and this is the last 6 million years, and about 2.5 million years or so, 3 million years ago, these big swings of ice ages started. First with a 41,000 year period, and then in the last million years or so, switching to a 100,000 year pattern. And humans have started to evolve near the beginning of this climate deterioration, first with smaller brained Homo and then with larger brained Homo in the last few 100,000 years. So now these are fairly slow changes, and a big revolution in our understanding of climate variation occurred in the early 1990s when cores that were raised from Greenland were first published. So here, to the left-hand side there, the last 10,000 years is the Holocene, and the period before that is the last ice age. And you can see that there was a huge amount of high-frequency climate variation on the scales of hundreds to a few thousand years during that period. And Rob Boyd and I argued that that high-amplitude climate change would be something that would favor a costly system of cultural adaptation. And our 1985 book was a mathematical attempt to understand what culture was good for. And that's the kind of thing it would be good for, we argued. Now, more recently, in the mid-2000s, longer cores were raised. I've got two important ones here. There's an even longer one, an ice core from Antarctica. And they all seem to show the same thing, namely that the high frequency part of the climate record is getting more abrupt high frequency variation with each succeeding glacial cycle. This is easiest to see in terms of resolution on the bottom, the Martrat 2004 core. You can see that the last ice age, particularly after about 50 or 60,000 years ago, got to be extremely variable. So this is the most variable part of the record so far resolved by paleoclimatologists. So, and this is the period of the Upper Paleolithic transition, the dispersal of modern humans out of Africa, and lots of other important changes in human evolution. If you plot the increase in human brain size, that's in my monitor here, they're greenish bars. With against this, in blue bars, the high frequency variation in that Antarctic core, and in the red bars, the abrupt climate events in that fourth cycle core of Martrats in the previous slide. You can see that that you can make a case that the ongoing increase in this high frequency variation has been pushing brain size right along. That brain size is not internally autocatalytically increasing, it's just being shoved along by increasing environmental variation. At least this graph suggests that as a hypothesis. So another important factor, another important puzzle is why just us humans? Why not lots of other animals getting this hypercultural adaptation? And Carol Van Schaik and his co-authors have talked about what they call the gray ceiling. There's lots of animals that are pretty smart. For example, the corvidant and parrot family birds and other primates that have fairly big brains, but they're not really big brains like we have. Humans have really anomalously large brains, even amongst the other large-brained lineages. And apes are also fairly cultural. So the argument here is that there's something about apes that made them capable of surpassing this gray ceiling. And apes have grasping hands, and they use them for tools, but not very effectively because their hands are compromised by their need to use them in locomotion. And so the Australopithecines got free hands as for whatever reason. We don't really know why they got an upright posture and free hands, but that made it the pre-adaptation for technology. And technology and also cooperation in the deployment of technology are eventually what pay the overhead cost for our huge expensive brains. So a sort of an accident of ape evolution in the case of the Australopithecines set up a system in which humans could respond to this, could respond to this high frequency environmental variation by this hypercultural adaptation that we have. So a combination of external environmental effects and pre-adaptations. I have a book with Leslie Newson recently that tells this whole story in a lot more detail. How much time do I have, Andre?
9 minutes for Professor.
10 minutes?
9.
5 minutes max?
9.
Okay, well, I won't, excuse me?
We have 10 minutes, Professor.
10 minutes, okay. So this is the curve of estimated curve of human population increase in the Holocene. And Andre and his co-authors were instrumental in writing a book in 2006 that applied macro models to this system. He gave us a little flavor of that in his talk. And so I want to just very briefly talk to you about some models that I made with, well, they're really Charles Efferson has made them, and I've been a cheerleader and helper. And his models are inspired by ecology. And interestingly, the commonest results of the simulations, I'll show you the models here in a second, is a post-human equilibrium. The models that he made, at any rate, that attempt to portray the sort of basic human business models, if you want, hunting and gathering and farming, have no stable equilibrium and are prone to drastically crazy behavior in a model, at least. So the models look like this. This is an agricultural system. And if you're familiar with Volterra equations. I don't have a cursor that I can point to things here, do I?
We can we can see the
You can see my cursor?
yeah, and the cross, yeah, we can see that.
Okay, great. So if you just take this part of this model, that's a prey, and leave this part here, but take the M away. Then you've got a model of prey, and then this is a model of a predator in which the harvest from the prey is converted into hunter biomass, or in this case, farmer biomass. And and the Volterra predator-prey equations notoriously cycle, so they're already a little bit dynamically complicated. And so what we did was add technology down here. M is technology, dMdt is a rate of change of technology in it. And we argue that it grows exponentially, but it's also affected by by a human need. If the amount of resource drops relative to the amount of humans that are trying to consume that resource, then we're motivated to get inventive and find new ways to increase the supply. Of prey. And up here, this ML term, you can see that everything feeds back on everything else. This term up here is the investment that farmers make. They take part of their effort and they use the technology and their labor to increase the carrying capacity of their farm ecosystem, basically. And then the offtake increases human populations. And then the more people there are, the more they're liable to deplete resources and cause people to become innovators and increase the technology. So what you can do if you toy with the parameters in this model is recreate that hockey stick pattern of, so this is technology, red is people, and blue is the farm ecosystem. And so these things tend to explode to infinity. They, unlike the model that Andre showed us, they don't asymptote, but they are headed off towards infinity, which of course is not going to happen. You also made a model of the hunting and gathering system, and humans, after all, are still hunter-gatherers on things like climate resources. And so this is just a predator-prey equation in which there's also a technology that and what the excuse me, what the technology tends to do is to convert hunters into super predators, so that these models have a tendency to cause the prey to crash and burn. So technology peaks, and then with no people, it crashes too. Can you see these data slides on?
Yeah.
That I have here?
I can see, yeah.
So, well, let's just look at the ones, the Clovis and Folsom curves down here. So this is the period of the megafaunal extinction in North America. And you can see that the Folsom and Clovis peoples, who were the hunters that caused the, well, by some accounts, caused the megafaunal extinction. And they boom and bust, just much like the model suggests. So, as I say, neither hunting and gathering nor the farming model have either stable equilibria or stable growth paths that lead to someplace nice. Humans are not designed to be sustainable, you might say. So rather than go through these conclusions, I just think I'll, since the talk was fairly short, I won't try to summarize or conclude. So thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for your
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your patience with my wheezing and coughing here.
No problem. Let's open to questions. Anyone wants to make any comment? I would like to say something. Professor Richardson, I think your work, of course, it's absolutely important to big history, because big history is still haunted by internalist ideas, about evolution, and this relationship between social evolution and and even biological evolution and the environmental conditions is absolutely fundamental. I'd like to thank you for that. I'm really impressed by your presentation, and I will follow all the indications you gave here, because this topic is very, very interesting and very important to my course. Thank you very much for that. Nick, go ahead, please.
Is there any reason to suppose that there aren't both internalist and externalist forces coming in play, either simultaneously complementing each other or acting by turns, depending on the mode of evolution involved?
You mean an interaction between progressivist and internal and external factors?
Yes, that's what I mean.
Is that what your question?
Could not both mechanisms be present, both internalist mechanisms and externalist mechanisms, so we don't have to say that it's only one or the other?
No. Well, the reason I gave those two examples is that the hunting, the farming model is a progressivist model, right? It has a rather deterministic. It's a lot like the evolution of the sun. And we launched that model with certain parameter combinations, and then it does what it does, and it goes off in a direction. So yes, I think that in general you're going to get a progressivist kinds of dynamics and that have an internalist flavor, and direct responses to environmental variation. Yeah, I think they'll be mixed together on the sort of a really large scale. We're all entrained in the evolution of our sun, right? And it wasn't so luminous when things started out, and it was emitting a lot more cosmic rays. Now it's UV, and now it's because of ozone in the atmosphere, we're getting less UV at the surface of the Earth from the sun, and it's gotten a little more luminous, and eventually it's going to gobble us up. So yes, the whole train of biology is entrained in these internalist kinds of processes. So the aging of the Earth, it seems to me, is very important. Early Earth was still quite hot in the core, and hotter than it is now. And volcanic processes were dumping huge amounts of ferrous iron and other reducing substances into the oceans and scrubbing out all the oxygen. And so, although we've had life for a long time, multicellular life awaited the period when the Earth began to have a little bit of surplus oxygen commonly in the environment, and really complicated life depended upon having a pretty abundant supply of oxygen, so the Cambrian explosion is presumably set off by high enough oxygen concentrations to support large multicellular organisms that had to have hearts and things to transport oxygen to their tissues.
A minute ago, you said that agriculture just kind of takes off. What do you see as the directionality of agriculture?
Well, it's just that hockey stick curve. It's agriculture becomes able to support more and more people in each increment of time since the beginning of agriculture. So that's the multiple feedbacks in the growth of technology. That's the cultural part of it, is fancier technology, which, for example, better domesticated plants and animals that are capable of supporting more people on a given hectare of land. All the kinds of agricultural improvements in agricultural technology that have occurred over the last 10,000 years.
So
it's a progressive increase in the productivity of agriculture is basically what powers that hockey stick curve.
Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you,
according to our model.
Professor Richardson. Let's move on our program. I would like to ask Professor Adalberto Podetta to show your presentation, and please, Professor Richardson, you can just stop sharing your screen, please, so you cannot.
Yes. Good evening. It's evening in Italy. I don't know in your countries. I am not a professor. I am a teacher. I am also a teacher trainer, and I spent part of my life teaching mathematics and history in Italy. And in the last 10 years, I was studying and experimenting models to introduce big history models in Italian school curriculum. Now I can share. Okay, thank you. Now I try to share my screen. The moment.
Okay.
Do you see my screen?
Yes. Let's go.
Okay. Just a moment. Oh. I was looking for presentation. What's happening? I don't know. I try it this way. Okay. I am talking about big history and global civics, and the influence of big history vision on the concept of global civics. The concept of global citizenship is understood today, emerged in the late 20th century, and gained preeminence in discussion of global ethics and responsibility. This is for the definition of the United States. Global citizens emphasize the active role of individuals in addressing global challenges, promoting social justice, and advocating for a sustainable development. The growing interest in this topic and the needs for in-depth study is supported by a substantial body of literature. I focus on Alkan Altinai in his book Global Civics. He highlights the concept of civics as traditionally defined in the curriculum of English-speaking school, but also in Italy. In its conventional use, civics refers to familiar constellation of rights and responsibility emanating from a social contract and citizens in a nation state. But what about global civics? The key question that needs to be answered is what responsibilities we all have towards people who not happen to be our compatriots. Altina, in collaboration with other authors, explores these issues extensively and concludes the book with a proposal for a curriculum in global civics. The literature on global civics, including global citizenship, primarily associates these concepts with the increasing interconnectedness of global economies, resulting in political, social, health, and cultural interdependence. The recognition of the impact of human activity on the delicate balance of biosphere necessitates the formulation of new responsibility, including legal ones, for the inhabitants of the global villages coined by McLuhan. A nation state often prove inadequate in addressing the moral responsibilities and the needs that have emerged in this global village. Why supranational institutions still exhibit limitation in adequately addressing them. Other authors, as just in this session, talk about that. Historically, educational institutions were established with two primary objectives. First, to foster national identity, a concept that gained prominence during the French Revolution, to equip individuals with the necessary skill to adapt the necessary skill to adapt to the frequent industrial revolution, the first one commencing in England in the late 20th century. Education systems have a direct influence on the global economy and social organization. However, the recent rapid revolution are posing significant challenges to education systems worldwide. Many nations and potentially the entire planet are struggling to attract young people to their traditional curriculum, which are increasingly perceived as outdated. The rise of new influence as social media has led to an informal alternative ways of learning that are captivating young individuals. Beyond the realm of institutional control, powerful networks of human relationships are emerging, fueled by billions of daily communication that give rise to various tribes connected through diverse forms of belonging. This affiliation often thrives on intense emotion that deeply engage both sender and receiver within the communication medium itself. The emotional impact plays a crucial role in determining the source of messages, which, through reproduction and dissemination, can significantly influence institutional decision. This shift toward informal education highlights the influence of emotional connection and their ability to shape societal narratives and decision-making processes. In education, the conventional division of curriculum into subjects is already as outdated as the medieval trivium and quadrivium of the Renaissance. Any such subject taken in depth at once relates to other subjects. Continuing in their present pattern of fragmented interrelation, our school curricula will ensure citizens able to understand the cybernetic world in which they live. This very old quote from the previous century emphasizes the importance of embracing transdisciplinary education to prepare individuals for a rapidly evolving and interconnected world. The need to move away from isolated subject areas and foster an holistic understanding of knowledge is essential for equipping learners with the skill of insights needed in the modern era. We regard the idea that foster transdisciplinary exploration of captivating issues that resonate with young minds. Origin story, old depth roots within the culture of all people, reflecting a profoundly human need to comprehend the world as it is or as appeared to us. School curricula worldwide, to various extents, dedicate space to mythological, religious, and philological narratives that address these needs within their respective culture. Today, big history represents a magnetic mural inviting interpretation from one culture. It offers a framework that equips students with detailed tools for comprehending both local and global challenges within the society they inhabit and will shape in the future. By embracing big history, students gain a broader perspective, enabling them to navigate the complexity of the world and engage with its diverse problems. Concept from the Industrial Revolution in England and the French Revolution has spread globally, impacting history, politics, and social ideas. The concept of global citizens has emerged as a notable outcome of these events. To foster awareness of our responsibilities toward non-compatriots, it is crucial to transcend the narrow notion of nationhood. Throughout history, diverse cultures and civilizations have explored similar ideas and global citizenship, recognizing our interconnected and shared responsibilities. These concepts may have existed even prior to the Industrial and French Revolution, reflecting various philosophical traditions, cultural beliefs, and ethical frameworks. By exploring the richness of global thought, including global history, global language, myths, and religion, we depend our understanding of belonging, the collective and the collective responsibility. Now I pass to second part with some didactical examples. Starting from the concept of biological belonging. From the moment of violent separation from mother's body, we embark on a lifelong journey of exploring the concept of otherness. All living beings, including humans, construct their understanding of otherness through daily experience and interaction. This exploration traces back approximately 4 billion years to the formation of the first cells, marking the beginning of life on Earth. Humans share a significant portion of their DNA, comprising about 20,000 genes, which govern the function of 37 trillion cells in human body. The human body, an incredible complex system, evolved from these primordial cells and exists in symbiosis with countless microorganisms that also trace their lineage back to the primordial cell. The shared genetic code connects humans to other living beings, highlighting our biological continuity and interconnectedness. Darwinian thought, previously misused to justify discrimination, has been revised by Margoli's study emphasizing collaboration, symbiosis, and convergence. Now, these topics, they are just topics of school topics, can divine task for student research. How can an awareness of biological belonging foster a relationship between humans and other living organisms that preserve the necessary balance for survival? How can we advance the United Nations 2030 Agenda for a sustainable development through our interconnected with other species? Another kind of belonging to explore in classroom is the belonging to family group. The sense of belonging is a fundamental need for individual and is evident from an early age when children feel their belongingness to their own family group. Culture and identity are primarily shaped through early language use and emotional relationship within the family group. The idea of belongingness formed within the family group extends to the way individuals participate to other social groups. Children often share expression and roles from their family within peer groups, particularly in early childhood and primary school settings. As individuals grow older, their sense of belonging became stronger, overlapping, and potentially conflicting. Respecting the privacy and the ethical boundaries of family relationship, school can play a crucial role in fostering reflection on the cultural difference and values present within families and the educational environment. And we can just also post from task for teachers. How can the diverse culture presented in classroom be leveraged to create opportunity for individual growth and mutual understanding among students? Can a pedagogical approach which focuses on understanding lived experience as they are directly perceived by individuals help to navigate conflicts between the values acquired by pupils in family group and the values that emerge from the global citizenship education, the religious perspective of families, and the scientific world view of school education, and many other topics like that. Social being. All human beings develop a sense of belonging to multiple social groups of heterogeneous and time-varying categories. Support for a football team, political affiliation, age, gender, social, religion, ideologies, reference, ethnicity, and so on. In a classroom setting, the presence of multiple social affiliation provides an opportunity for reflection and explorations. We often observe tendencies to downplay the difference within one's own group while reinforcing the difference with rival groups. Perception of superiority within our own groups can influence self-esteem and motivate the comparison with rival groups. By exploring this dynamic, we can promote a deeper understanding of social belonging and its impact on individuals and communities. Task force duty. In the context of social, cultural, economic, local, national, and global relations, how can a citizen constructively evaluate his or her belonging? How is the world's great diversity of human belonging protected by the United Nations and the other international institutions? Territorial belonging. Human belonging experiences a sense of belonging to various territories, ranging from local and familiar space to broader regional, national, and supranational context. These territories significantly shape our identity, interaction, stereotypes, our culture. Studying the influence of geographical location and microclimate on community history reveal insights into parochialism, nationalism, conflict, wars, and human migration. Taking a holistic approach that considers artistic, architectural, urban, industrial artifacts helps us understand the environment impact of human activities on the territory. Integrating geological and biological perspective reveals the interplay between natural and human systems. Through examining the dynamic relationship between human beings and their physical environment, we can develop a deeper appreciation of the interconnectedness of our identity, our action, and the importance of the responsibility management of the land. Task for student. How can a citizen contribute to the conservation of the landscape and to the sustainability of the activities taking place in their local area? How do international law promote and protect the diversity of human belonging in territories around the world? Cosmic belonging. Throughout history, many civilizations and culture has expressed their sense of cosmic belongings in various ways. Mythology and religion, astronomy and astrology, rituals and ceremony, cosmogony and creation myths. Philosophical rational frameworks have also provided avenues for contemplation, inquiry, and understanding of humanity placed in the cosmos. Big history can be seen as a modern manifestation of mankind's sense of belonging to the cosmos. By studying the history of the cosmos and the processes that have shaped the universe, Earth, and life itself, individuals can gain a profound understanding of their place in this continuum. And this continuum can be also represented in a logarithmic time scale, a tool employed by scientists and educators to visualize and comprehend the vastness of cosmic and geological time scale. Now I can close with quoting Heinz von Forster. If the past is logarithmically compressed, maybe our memory is working in a similar way. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alberto. Any questions, comments, etc., please? Yes, Tuncer, please, but not please long.
Thank you, Adalberto. I'm very much in favor of global citizenship and global civics. You began your presentation with a kind of a stark opposition between national citizenship, national identity, and global citizenship and global identity. But I wonder if the situation is actually so black and white, that one is positive and the other is so negative. If we forget about global and the national, just look, for example, at European identity, the sense of a European identity. Many European citizens feel that the bureaucracy in Brussels doesn't actually reflect their lives and their needs and their perceptions. So in many of the European countries, when a vote was taken, for example, in France in 2005, people voted against the union being in it, and they were completely overridden by their governments. So I think that the situation is more complicated. If you look at globalization, till now, globalization has to a large extent meant Americanization. So that's why when we speak of the rules-based order, it's American rules. That's why Putin, President Vladimir Putin and other people are asking, who makes these rules, which are perhaps arbitrary. And sometimes, so for example, the BRICS countries, they are trying to forge a new order which reflects their own national interests. So nation and global are not opposed there. There's a group of countries coming together because of their national interests to create a new order. And similarly, Russia's attempts to isolate Russia as a nation have resulted in ideas about a new world order, new financial system. So there's a kind of fluctuation between the nation and the global. And perhaps we need to nuance our understanding whether we can simply jump from nation to global. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Well,
very
it's
much.
very,
Yes, please.
it's very difficult to reply you, but anyway, starting from just only about Europe.
Yes.
Say 60 years ago, Europe was just completely destroyed by the war, the Second World War. Europeans are looking for a new way of negotiation, recognizing the other. Maybe it could be bureaucratic, but first of all, we are alive. It is important because we are alive. Because it's not so easy, no? But we are still alive, and and also had a good economical process. The question is, of course, there are. I am second, but I take only 2 points. In my speech, my problem was just only not to interpret to global civics not only an extension of American system of value. I was just putting. I probably not be able to emphasize this point, but the question I say that many such point the cosmic point of view is in different ways is present to any culture. To all culture have some point. Some you say about Putin, but maybe Putin can read probably you can read Tolstoy, and maybe can be a good better idea how to deal his contracts. But I think that in any country, in any culture, there are such there is a process like that. Or just trying to emphasize this. Of course, I am educator. I know that it's a deep contrast with the reality. But being educator, I am just trying argument to support this vision. Dominic?
Yeah.
Yes, please. Dominic, please.
Thank you.
Martin.
Thank you very much, Adalberto, for what you said, and most of this resonates very well with me. Now,
please, I don't listen. Can you please speak a bit?
Loud.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
So I said lots of things that you said resonate very well with me.
Mm-hmm.
Now, every time I talk about teaching that cuts across disciplinary confines, I face the criticism, yeah, but that is, you make everything superficial, that's dumbing down, you end up with students who know nothing about everything and can't do things properly. And I would like to hear your thoughts on how to address this criticism constructively.
No, I understand. I understand because I must admit that my experience in Italy, I tried many times to find the experiment, but I have a very little possibility to applicate. I understand it's very. The risk is what you say, banality, connecting different. Of course, but you have to assume the risk. But if you take a complex problem, and the complex problem need different disciplines to be studied, and is the solution you find the complex problem. You must avoid can avoid superficiality. Of course, I agree with you. This is the risk of banality. It's very easy to connect maybe the same keyword in a subject. Many subjects have different. We use the same word with different meaning, and so it's very easy. Taking a transition, but transdisciplinary approach is absolutely necessary to interpret the complexity the world living. The problem is just to apply this vision in a complex problem. I tried just to make this one with education, with the problem of global civics, you know, and I was just emphasizing some aspect because the traditional approach of global civics is just a little, you know, based on extending the value of American system. You know, I was just applying to emphasize that every culture can arrive to global the definition of global citizenship, even if they are not, you know, involved in globalism, because maybe some. I think that just today I am living in Versailles. There was a poet coming from Uganda. Maybe you know they are just can be such principle can be used also for tribe conflict. You know, not only for big conflict that we are used to discuss.
Yes, thank you very much. No, I think we will move on. No, actually, for 7:40 post PM, 10-minute break was planned, but I think we will skip this break. I think everybody would agree with this. This we will have. You will give us just 5-minute reserve, not much. So because we have already lagging a bit 5 minutes behind the schedule, so I would ask the rest of presenters try to keep to the time limits because yes, the reserve is very small. So the next presentation will be by Anton Grinin of Moscow State University and Eurasian Center for Big History and System Forecasting, Viruses and Evolution, Role of Viruses in Big History. Это хороший вопрос. Нет, я просто показать покажешь, но только чтобы пожалуйста. Не поможете? Да. Тогда вот, значит, презентацию. Ну, открыть так, чтобы она была видна всем. Вопрос, она видна всем будет?
Да, да.
Как вы все слышите?
No,
Ну, ты собираешься доски говорить? Но тебе придется стоять доски раз. Ты знаешь, как ее не стоит?
Не включается. Поэтому да, с пальцем.
Что писать?
Но только это конец презентации. Наверное, перемотать на начало.
Не, можно просто вот так. Надо еще раз запускать.
Оно видно все?
Нет, пока что.
Так,
сейчас я закрою.
Что следующий
Закрывается.
Yes, please.
All right. Sorry for this technical issues. So the topic of my presentation is the role of viruses in big history. And the role of viruses within big history is an important issue. However, it's not yet extensively studied. This is due both to the fact that viruses being microscopic infectious agents have left limited physical traces in the geological record. And that this is no firm agreement of the place of viruses in evolution. In this report, we will explore the role of viruses in the context of evolutionary development within the framework of big history. It aims to provide an overview of current perspectives and challenges associated with understanding the position of viruses in the broader narrative of evolution history. So we'll begin with the question, what are viruses? Even though we hear about viruses daily, it is not easy to define what a virus is. A classic definition of a virus is that it is a sub-microscopic infectious agent that replicates only inside the living cells of an organism. According to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, a virus is a large group of sub-microscopic infectious agents that are usually regarded as non-living, extremely complex molecules. And we say agents is an often used term in virology since it's hard to find a common word for viruses. A virus is not an organism, as we used to understand it, and not a chemical compound, because it is very complex in structure and behavior. One of the biggest problems regarding understanding viruses is that they're very different from everything we know. For evolutionary theory, viruses are also a problem. They're like a piece of puzzle that does not fit into the whole picture. So what we understand and what is hard to comprehend at the same time is that there is an unimaginably huge number of viruses. Likely it's more, let's see, a definition, likely it's more than stars in the universe. Astronomers estimate that the universe could contain up to 1 septillion stars, that is number with 24th in power, and estimated 10 non-million individual viruses exist on our planet. That's enough to assign one to every star in the universe millions of times over. The number is so huge that our brain is incapable to understand it. Undoubtedly, viruses are the most widespread agents on Earth. However, today, only over 6,000 viruses species have been described in detail. Perhaps we could make a remark that that's enough to make a conclusion that viruses demonstrate how little we know about them. But speaking about the widespread of viruses, many people don't realize that the absolute majority of viruses on Earth are marine viruses, the diversity of which is almost astronomical. A teaspoon of seawater typically contains about 50 million viruses. Most of these viruses are bacteriophages, which infect and destroy marine bacteria and control the growth of phytoplankton. All right, move on. Yeah. So viruses are not only the most widespread, but also the most changeable among all known forms of life. The presence of viral diversity and its importance is highlighted by the observation that every new sequence virome includes new sequences. So at the same time, viruses prove not only that they are very widespread, but also demonstrate a great diversity in size. And here we see that small viruses, for example, MS2, is only 27 nanometers. Other viruses, such as minivirus, are so big that they are actually larger than some of the smallest cells we know. And one of the most interesting questions is, are viruses alive or not? Probably this is the most debatable question about viruses. Viruses are often considered non-living because first, they do not have the metabolic activity that is required to maintain cellular structures, and second, they cannot reproduce without a host organism. The seemingly simple question of whether or not viruses are alive raises a fundamental issue. What exactly defines life? A precise scientific definition of life is an elusive thing, but most observers would agree that life includes certain qualities in addition to an ability to replicate. A living entity is a state bounded by birth and death. Living organisms are thought to require a degree of biochemical autonomy, carrying on the metabolic activity that produces the molecules and energy needed to sustain the organism. On the other hand, not all living organisms have metabolic activity. Many include potential dormant states that are practically considered alive, but are not less inert than viral particles outside their host. In these dormant systems, no growth or detectable metabolism will take place over a very long period of time. So are these dormant agents alive? For example, a seed or a spore. A seed might not be considered alive, yet it has a potential for life, and it may be destroyed. In this regard, viruses resembles seeds more than they do live cells. So they have a certain potential which can be snuffed out, but they do not attain the more autonomous state of life. Considering reproduction, it is even more complicated since there are different types of reproduction, but it will also be a mistake to argue that every organism is independent in propagation, since sexual reproduction intrinsically needs another organism for genetic exchange. We'll see below that there is a reason to believe this cell nucleus itself is of viral origin, which means that reproduction emerges as an isolated system. Another very interesting question is whether viruses are parasites or not. According to the generally accepted definition, a virus is an obligate intracellular parasite. Although it is not exactly so. Viruses maintain many kinds of relation with their host, from mutualism to pure parasitism. A parasite usually uses the host for resources, typically food, and doesn't need the host in order to replicate. Viruses don't need any food. They use the host for replication. Viruses are only active while intercellular. This means that they inside the cells of a body, taking control of the cell's mechanism and stealing its energy. This is another important question. Can we define an organism as a parasite that does not harm its host? We believe it's more reasonable to see such relation as cooperation. A possible surprise to most people, and perhaps to most evolutionary biologists as well, is that most viruses are persistent and innoxious, not pathogenic. According to some data, only one virus of 20 is infectious. And I'm talking here about infectious viruses. If you observe on a microscope, let's say flu virus, only one agent of 20 will be infectious. Viruses take up residence in cells where they may remain dormant for long periods or take advantage of the cell's replication apparatus to reproduce at a slow and steady rate. These viruses have developed many clever ways to avoid detection by the host immune system. Essentially, every step in the immune process can be altered and controlled by various genes found in one virus or another. Although there is a dualistic question, are viruses parasites or not, any parasite, as any other organism, originates from the emergence of the replicators. With the virus being a possible source of the genetic material for all other organisms, can we really oppose viruses to more complex parasites? In fact, viruses can have beneficial effects on their host, creating symbiotic relationships. And this might be far from anecdotic. Many examples of viruses that provide functional benefits to their host are known to create a mutualistic tie. And here's an example. It includes a long-term coevolution between a large class of viruses, for example, the polydnavirus, and their host wasps. These wasps are parasitoids. They're different from standard predators since they lay their eggs inside the larvae of the prey species, which develop inside the body of the living larvae by eating them from inside. The normal outcome of this should be an immune response capable of encapsulating the injected eggs and inhibiting eggs development, suppressing. However, the endogenous virus carried out by wasp egg suppresses this response. The coevolutionary ties are very strong, and some authors have question how appropriate is to consider the polydnavirus as a real virus or as a some kind of adaptive mechanism of wars. Evolution of virus. Viruses have shaped the evolution of cells, organisms, ecosystems, and even the biosphere. From an evolutionary perspective, self-replication became one of the most important landmarks of life. We know that viruses are not cellular structure composed of pieces of DNA and RNA surrounded by a slim coating of proteins. Although all living organisms on the globe have a DNA genome, viruses are not the only organisms that still employ RNA as a genome. This can mean that viruses could have separated from DNA organisms or preceded them. Viruses are the quintessence of genetic information. And it's their main and often only function with incredible variability. Just as within the web of life, viruses directly exchange genetic information with living organisms. Genetic information is a key part of understanding viruses. From the energetic point of view, viruses are an important part of information and energy flow. They strongly influence energy flows to complex ecosystems. Viruses live in at the age of disorder, where high instability but also adaptability occurs. Viruses are probably one of the main sources of mutation in organisms and thus a locomotive on entire evolution. As we know, mutation is a crucial component of evolution, as genetic variability is the fuel on which natural selection operates to adapt population to the environment. Viruses are found infecting all forms of life and have probably been around since the first cells arose, or perhaps even before them. Tracing back the origin of viruses, it's a titanic, almost impossible endeavor because they do not form fossils. Viruses are perhaps the first organism which developed a reproduction mechanism up to the level which is capable of life. The amazing diversity of reproductive mechanisms among viruses is evidence of specialization of viruses on reproduction issues. So here are the most famous theories of the origin of viruses. First is regressive hypothesis, which suggests that viruses may have once been small cells and parasitized larger cells. As time went on and the parasite became more dependent on the host cell to complete its life cycle, genes not strictly necessary for the acquired parasite were lost. The second is vagrancy hypothesis or escape hypothesis. This is the hypothesis of the origin of viruses states that some viruses may have evolved from pieces of DNA or RNA that escaped from the genome of cells. The escaped DNA could have come from plasmids. This is pieces of naked DNA that can move between cells, or from transposons, molecules of DNA that replicate and move around the cell's genomes to different positions. Proto-beyond hypothesis, also called the virus first hypothesis, and suggests that viruses may have evolved from complex molecules of protein and ribonucleic acids at the same time as cells first appeared on Earth, and would have been dependent on cellular life from the very beginning. In the primitive precellular soup, as in any other replicating system, parasites would have also evolved that grew at the expense of other more complex molecular systems. Some researchers think that the cell nucleus itself is of viral origin. The advent of the nucleus, which differentiates eukaryotes, including humans, from prokaryotes, such as bacteria, can be satisfactorily explained solely by the gradual adaptation of prokaryotic cells until they became eukaryotic. Rather, the nucleus may have evolved from a persisting large DNA virus that made a permanent home within prokaryotes. As a complex system, viruses are similar to other complex systems. Also non-living systems. For example, computer viruses are similar to biological viruses and not only in name. Similarly, in the same way that flu virus cannot reproduce without a host cell, computer viruses cannot reproduce and spread without a file or a document. While some computer viruses can be playful and intent in effect, others can have profound and damaging effects. This includes erasing data or causing permanent damage to hard disk, and worst of all, it's financial fraud. Viruses can hide disguised attachment or such content as images, greeting cards, audio, video files, and they can replicate themselves by modifying other computer programs and inserting their own code in it. Both biological and computer viruses are capable of mutations. However, here's the difference. We know that most mutations affecting a virus genome are harmful, impeding or threatening their replication potential. But how many mutations in man-made counterparts are lethal? Of course not. Thus, there is a sharp separation between these two types of viruses, and Darwinian natural selection doesn't work within computer viruses as it does in nature, because in mutations, computer viruses are not eliminated by bad mutations. To make this even more interesting, let's discuss the fact that viruses as a complex system are not only biological and chemical in nature, they're incredibly creative. It can use even mechanical tools to infect the organism. So here, the DNA of a virus becomes more flexible. It has more of a fluid character. As a result, it's more likely to be injected like toothpaste out of tube. And here we see viruses having receptors for different surfaces of the cells. You can see that receptors are like clinched with each other mechanically. Here's an interesting mechanism that viruses use to deform membrane to kind of to bend it and to pull it over and provide a space to insert its RNA into a cell. And here's we see a bacteria. That's how it looks from electronic microscope. The membranes are pulled by the virus to make a hole within it. And here's we see a bacteriophage injecting RNA into a cell like a syringe. Viruses in big history. Despite the fact that viruses are tiny objects, their role in big history may be larger than it might be expected. First, they show that not everything in big history has similar patterns and fits into one narrative. Secondly, they demonstrate that even such basic phenomena as life, death, reproduction, parasites, and other are in fact very conditional. Viruses as a transitional link between all these phenomena show that reality is much more diverse and complex. In evolutionary phases of big history, we place viruses, between chemical, epiogenic, and biological evolution. Viruses probably were first to create RNA reproduction and thus creating the reproduction system. Viruses also demonstrate involvement in the evolution of all types of organisms, and as well as all basic principles of evolution, such as diversity, specialization, and others. The role of viruses in evolution is obviously underestimated. A breakthrough in virology in the coming decades could be no less important as a breakthrough in understanding the nature of bacteria, both pathogenic and beneficial. Viruses are an important component from the perspective of information evolution, because in some respect, viruses can be regarded as being pure information particles. Viruses can be considered the basic information agents that transmit genetic information, serve as a resource for mutation, and thus are the basic molecular tool of evolution. Moreover, this tool is beginning to be used by humans for the genetic transformation of many organisms, including ourselves. Viruses are self-regulating systems similar to many other complex systems. This highlights the remarkable similarities among these systems and explores potential explanations for these similarities. An integrated approach of the study of self-regulating systems can become a key in the study of the interconnections and directions of big history. And
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for keeping to time. And there is some time for questions. Yes, I see it. Yes, could you stop sharing the screen? Yes, Martin, please. Yes. Yes, Martin, could you voice out the question which you put on chat?
Yeah, you pretty much already half of answered my question with this nice statement that the role of viruses in evolution is underestimated, which I hardly could agree more with. So I was wondering, right, that viruses could be to life on Earth what meteorites are to the formation of the solar system, namely glimpses of a distant past that might actually hold the key to understanding the whole process. Would you agree with that, or do you see that differently?
Yes.
So do you mean that could viruses be brought from the cosmos?
No, no. What I'm thinking about is I mean, meteorites in the perspective of the formation of the solar system are usually considered key to understanding the process because those are some of the oldest material that we still know. And I was wondering whether one can view viruses having a similar important role in understanding the emergence of life, because as you indicated, they might have been around for a very long time. They're still interacting. They might have crucial roles, and they really might hold a key. So I would completely agree with you. It's worth investigating the roles of viruses in more detail.
That's an interesting analogy. I never thought about this.
I think it can be considered as a point.
It's interesting.
Yes. No, Tulsar, please.
Yes, thank you. It was very thought-provoking. You know, from a social and I would say common sense perspective, we see viruses as something inimical to the life of their host organisms, as something perhaps inimical to, you know, our life as we value it. On the other hand, we look at our DNA as being, you know, actually the basis of our life, the basis of our organism, the basis of our reproductive life, etc. And yet you made several observations which are very interesting, because you said the cell nucleus itself might be of viral origin in the protobiont hypothesis. And then in the vagrancy hypothesis, you speak of maybe the viruses having evolved from cell DNA. And especially this crucial statement that the virus is the quintessence of genetic information. And all these remarks made me think of Richard Dawkins, the selfish gene. And it's very interesting because he shows many examples. When he speaks of the gene being selfish, he means it will sacrifice the organism for its own reproduction. So in a sense, the genes, our own genes, seem to be in some sense acting like the virus would act. You know, they're willing to, he gives many examples of this. He even speaks of self-sacrifice instinct in humans as a way. He gives many examples of how it could be actually, for example, to protect the young. It's in fact, he relates it to the selfish gene. So if we look at it from this way, the parallels between our own genes, which are at the core of our life as organisms, and the virus, how would you define the difference? Is there some succinct way in which you could distinguish the virus from the DNA, both being the quintessence of genetic information? Thank you.
That's a great question. And on one hand, I agree with Richard Dawkins that our genome is like an isolated system, and it kind of wants to protect itself from being contaminated. But on the other hand, it's an open system for viruses, let's say, because viruses can get into our organism and can get in a genome easily, and that's what they do. They transform and they exchange information. So in this perspective, if we see viruses as information particles which float around and connect our genome with all others, so the genome isolated system or a selfish, or we have like a multiple genome system, like a genome, universe of genomes which communicates with each other. It's like if you have your own device, let's say a cell phone, your data there are isolated, but you're on the internet and you connect with another user. So how much it is isolated? I think that viruses connect just genomes and separate genomes in a whole system as a network. So with this regard, it's not so selfish. It's maybe like a multiple system network.
Yes, thank you. And perhaps Sahan, your wish.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Do you know something fascinating? Thank you very much. First of all, you know, I agree with you, the figure of 10 to the power 30 virons. There's a slight difference between terminology of virus and virons. You know, one thing I don't know the answer to, perhaps you can throw some light on it. I don't think really anyone knows the answer. It's widely quoted that there are 10 to the 30 virons in the biosphere, but we don't know whether. Sometimes the way some people write these things, sometimes they make it out there are different 10 to the power 30 different viruses. Do you think there are 10 to the power 30 different viruses, or they're just virus particles and we don't know how many different types of viruses are there out there?
That's a great question. And it's like, I mean, it's one hand, it's like a philosophical question, like, is one person a human? Is it a species, or a whole society is a species? Is one person able to live alone, or we can live as a society? Which unit is the basic unit? So virus is definitely, I mean, the one agent of virus definitely is not single, it's not independent. And actually, if to discuss whether virus is alive or not, a single viruses are more not alive. But when they attack the cell, they combine like a viral factory, which produces, it makes like a small organelle. And it's a real factory with a it takes energy and takes.
Yeah. If I may interrupt, I work in the area actually, as it happened, and that's what NOCEL is, Network of Researchers on the Emergence of Life. We're academics working on the emergence of life on Earth. We're not particularly bothered about elsewhere in the universe. But what I really want to do, get to another point. If there is a possibility for us to, me and you and I, to communicate with in this respect, I'll tell you why. On the next International Big History Association meeting, I will bring something new to the table in relation to viruses, and probably even propose a new hypothesis. And by the way, I don't think DNA viruses are very important in relation to the emergence of life. This is simply because of the chemistry of DNA. Just to highlight 2 points. One of them is that DNA contains deoxyribose sugar, whereas RNA doesn't. And the other one is to do with the uracil and thymine. But there are some viruses found with kind of halfway house, kind of an intermediate between DNA and RNA. What I want to bring to table next time, if you, and please keep my name and don't forget to invite me, and I will say something new, bring something new, because I've actually written a book chapter on this as well. And so DNA viruses aren't very important because they're the DNA and RNA are the same thing, you know, and with minor differences, deoxyribose sugar and the methyl group on the aromatic ring. I can't remember which way down they go. Pyrimidine, purine. I think it's pyrimidine ring that has, instead of having a methyl group, it's got a keto group, oxygen atom. So anyway, I'm actually thinking along the lines of that in terms of emergence of life, RNA viruses are much more important. And the key thing, a jump between between RNA life to the DNA life is this. The bottleneck, so to speak, is that how did it, what was it? I've been doing this for a long time. What is it that it made a jump from getting rid of hydroxyl group on carbon atom number 2 in the pentose sugar? How was that oxygen atom removed in order to make it deoxy? And who made the decision? Sometimes I go crazy thinking about it, thinking that, oh my God, there must be somebody. Sorry.
I suggest continue your discussion perhaps through email. Yes, because no, now we have definitely run out of time. So thank you for your Sahan, for your very.
So keep me posted. And I'll write to you, my friend. Yeah.
Fine.
I will be very glad to.
Fine. So we are moving to next presentation, which will be by Professor Olga Leonova of Faculty of Global Studies, where we are just now Moscow State University. A global power is a product of the evolution of a great power in the era of globalization. I think it correlates quite well with the final paper at this symposium by Daniel Barreiras. So they just discuss different aspects of this kind of things. So Olga, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to take part in this big talk about big history. I'm a professor of political science. That is why let me speak just about political aspect of global history. And that is my presentation. Just a minute. So, global power is a result of revolution of great power in the era of globalization. Globalization has become a new stage in big history. Why? Just because new countries of our planet's geopolitical space are emerging, and the dynamic processes of globalization have led to the formation of a new global political system, a new geopolitical configuration is emerging in the world. Is it the end of the globalization? Globalization connotes a growing interconnectedness and interdependence of both actors, but not necessarily a growing integration of the world. Ideally, the end state of the globalization process could be a coherent and harmonious state of humankind in all its spheres of activity and a transition to a co-evolutionary relationship with nature and the outer space. Coherent planetary civilization should complete the globalization process. However, we are far from this ideal situation, and the world of politics is the main culprit. In the second quarter of the 20th century, the modern system of international relations has undergone significant changes. The dynamic process of globalization have led to the global political system formation, and the new geopolitical configuration have been developing under their influence. In the early 21st century, the new context of geopolitical space on our planet is becoming pretty obvious. First, many paradigms of classical geopolitics have lost their relevance. Such geopolitical concepts and categories as superpower, vassal, satellite, puppet state, rogue state are being replaced by notions of political globalization, center of power, pole of the multipolar world, contenders for the status of global power, regional systems, and subsystems. Second, new characteristics of geopolitical space of the global world have appeared. The transition from a bipolar to a multipolar world, increasing of the dynamics of global political processes, reconfiguration, fragmentation, hierarchy, changing of the architecture of the global political order, formation of new geopolitical axes, and creation of new blocs and coalitions. State of the global world is not static. It takes on the features of rivalry between the global actors. Third, the new geoeconomic and geopolitical axes are being formed. Nowadays, the classification of what regions into developed, catching up, and developing countries is becoming outdated. New special configuration is forming nowadays in the world economy. This configuration includes the following geoeconomic axes: East-West and North-South. And this division is rather virtual. So industrial north and backward south do not mean geography. The north countries are usually referred to as highly developed countries with large amounts of GDP, high income per capita, and high dynamics of economic growth. But it's not relevant today because we can include to the industrial north some countries which have tropical climate. And there are new features in the sphere of world politics. The structure of the global world and hierarchy of global actors, what are they? With the acceleration of globalization process, the pole has become an important category to explain the dynamics of the global world. In the Greek Latin etymology, a pole is the end of the rotation axis of the earth sphere. Hence, in social terms, a pole connotes a major factor which organizes and sustains a sphere of global society. We think that the structure of global society is best understood if analyzed in terms of the strength of military, economic, and political poles. We suggest that the following types of poles of the global world can be identified: economic, political, military. Each of the poles features its specific parameters, which in their turn may be used as the criteria for attributing a country to a particular category. For example, the poles of economic might. They are the countries, the world's biggest economies. They are the following in this rank order: United States, China, Japan, Germany, United Kingdom, India, and so on and so forth. Then there is a political pole. It means the general might. Examples of political poles are the group of 7, which comprises countries with the highest GDP in the world, and at the same time are also members of the military alliance of NATO. Economic and military power tend to provide a political superiority over other states. To be labeled as a political pole, a state must possess certain internal and external characteristics. The most important internal characteristics are political stability, sustainable development, social solidarity, and people's support to the national foreign policy. Political pole has the following external characteristics. They are very prominent. They are very prominent importance. A political self-sufficiency of the country's ability to pursue an independent foreign policy based on national interests. Power to influence other states in the sphere of national interests. Ability to respond to global challenges and contribution to the solution of global political problems, including the development of globally agreed framework. The military nature of a pole state is defined on the basis of the following criteria: the national security doctrine, the official statements and behavior of political leaders, support of the public opinion for the country's military capability and use of force, And it goes without saying that a strong military capability is not sustainable without a strong economic capacity. And hence, following is a possible rank order among military poles. This rank order we made with collaboration with American scientist Ina Rossi, his famous scientist and editor. Rank 1, the lowest rank. A state which has a considerable conventional power to repel any conventional army. Rank 2, a state which has enough conventional military power to carry out an invasion in defense of national interests. Rank 3, a state with some nuclear power, but economically and politically weak, such as North Korea, Pakistan, maybe India. Rank 4, a state which possesses sizable nuclear capacity and solid economic and political structure, such as Great Britain and France. Rank 5, states with a massive nuclear power, like China, United States, and Russia. So the latter one is economically less powerful. And look at this table. There are poles of economic, military, and political power. Economic poles, the world's strongest economies. Military poles, nuclear powers of the world. And political poles, countries pursuing independent policies in their own national interests. Regional power connotes another level of the global hierarchy of power. Regional power is a regional leader, which is a center of attraction for the other countries in the region. The distinguishing characteristic of regional power is progressive and continuous growth of interdependence according to the scenario proposed by the country, seeking to be a regional leader. It is a geopolitical reference point of the regional system. And regional power is a kind of locomotive that leads member countries of the regional system to mainstream politics as well as it becomes a geopolitical pilot of the regional system. Today, in the political lexicon, the experts actively use two definitions, great power and global power. The term great power appeared after the Congress of Vienna in 1815 to refer to the leading powers of that time. They were Russia, Prussia, Austria, France, Great Britain. Then this concept became established in the European political lexicon of the 20th century. The criteria of great power have changed over time. If initially the defining parameter was military force, then later the economic, scientific, technological potential of the state and its political authority and moral example began to play an increasingly important role. Enumerating the characteristic features of a great power, many authors pointed to the geographical scale of its influence, the supra-regional nature of its national interest, the ability to defend its interest in the international arena. In the 21st century, at the end of the 20th century, the generalized approach classifies a state as a great power if it has the following characteristic: military might, economic potential of the country and its role and share in the global economy, political resources and opportunities to defend and promote its national interest in the world, extensive resources to conduct an active, independent and expand its foreign policy, and ability to influence the entire system of international relations. But in the second half of the 20th century, only 5 countries are permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. China, the USSR, the United States, Great Britain, and France possessed the status of great power. These countries had a special status because on the basis of the United Nations Charter, they took responsibility for maintaining peace on the planet. But recently, international relations scholars began to use a new term, global power. Indeed, as the globalization is progressing, some great powers began to acquire the following characteristics of globality: the desire and opportunity to influence and the development of the global system, possession of the arsenal of tools of influence, political, economic, and cultural, and mechanisms of influence, hard and soft power, leadership in a number of reputable alliances and blocs, a wide range of partners, allies, economically and military strategically dependent states in all regions of the global world, taking responsibility for all events happening in the world as a burden of the word arbiter, a leading role in determining all prices and control over them, access to legal communications and global energy resources. In sum, these parameters make it possible to project power and influence in almost all regions of the global world, from Alaska to Africa, from Europe to Asia Pacific region, and they determine the country's status as global power. The term global power is one of the new categories in the international relations. It was born as a process of globalization. Global power, so we consider global power to be a product of the evolution of great power in the era of globalization. Global power is a subject of the emerging global political system. Global power is a country which is global leader. It is a state that has got military, economic, and political superiority over others. Global power is a state capable of planetary scale economic, military, and political influence. It is able to control global political process because it has a tremendous advantage over other elements in the global political stratification system. These resources determine its strategic, economic, geopolitical potential and allow it to take an active part in global governance. Thus, global power is a power that is a global overt leader. It is a state that has multiplied military, economic, political superiority over others. A unique feature of global power is the ability to control and influence the domestic and foreign policy of not only neighboring countries, but also states located in remote parts of the globe. Global power has a whole spectrum from economic, military, political to informational. It's very important, and cultural levels of influence on the situation in different parts of the world and ways of influencing countries that are sometimes very far from it, which are declared a zone of its responsibility and interests. Even the economic, political, and military cloud of global power, the latter can be considered a synonym of center of power. Global power, in conclusion, as the aggregation of economic, military, and political might in a state constitutes a global power, which is located at the peak of the hierarchical pyramid of the global world. Global power can be defined as a product of the evolution of great power in the era of globalization. And there are some contenders for the status of global power. The next level down in the global hierarchical pyramid are the contenders for global power. Contenders for the global power status are countries that have been increasing their resources, and they are on the track to achieve economic, political, and military strategic supermight. Global powers have appeared in the global world recently, and they will be the main global political development engine in the nearest future. And look at this picture. This is a pyramidal structure of world powers. At the bottom level of this pyramid, there are poles of economic, political, and military might. Next level, these are regional powers. Next level contenders for the status of global power, perhaps the China and European Union as a collective global actor. And at the peak, at the top of the pyramid, this is a global power. Perhaps obvious. It is the United States of America. So we can make a conclusion. The global world has its own hierarchy of political actors. Global power, contenders for the status of a global power, regional powers, poles of economic, political, and military might. This hierarchy of structural elements, or more precisely, the struggle for a place in it, will determine the nature of process and future scenario of global political development. We can state that the global world is formed not as a community of equal nations, but as a system of subordination, global stratification of actors in world politics and planetary power distribution, as a region hierarchy of nation political system. Thank you very much. And I presume that these ideas are very arguable and discussable. Some of these ideas we presented in the book which was published by Springer, Challenges of Globalization and Prospects for Inter-Civilization World Order. We collaborated this idea with our West colleagues and scientists, and lately we have developed some of these ideas and tried to make them more precise. Thank you for your attention.
Professor, thank you very much. We have a question. Santa, please be brief.
Yes, thank you very much, Olega. In your presentation, you primarily emphasize economic, political, and military power. Yet in one of your earlier slides, I forget which slide it was, you gave a kind of a ranking, and and there you included the power of serving as a model, or as a moral authority. It's in one of your slides, and you don't include it with the other three at the end. I wonder why, because the other, economic, military, and political, it's largely seen by people as a kind of an imposition, the ability of a country to impose, to push itself on other countries. Of course, economic, you also have benefits to both the countries who are involved in the relationship. But this model or moral authority, it is a kind of attraction. Other people, other countries are looking and they are attracted to that country. It seems to me that just after World War II, at the end of World War II, the US played the role, this role of the pole, a pole of attraction, not just imposition, but attraction, even perhaps more attraction than imposition. And I wonder, for example, now with the conflicts going on, I think that a country which wants to supplant the US as a global power needs to have not just economic, military, and political, but also to have some great idea, a great idea, competing idea around which the rest of the globe wants to rally. And I wonder how you see in the current situation the future of Russia from this perspective.
Thank you very much for your comments, and I see what do you mean. First of all, to press the time of presentation, I didn't include in the ranks of poles the civilization pole. The country which observes, which has a great potential of cultural influence on the global world. And India is one of the most prominent cultural poles in the world. We also mention it in our lectures to our students in our scientific works. So cultural pole is a very important element of the global structure. But time is pressing, so I couldn't have time to describe cultural poles and its characteristics, but they indeed are very important. About the future of Russia, it's not a question for discussion just right now. So I would like to make no comments on this very question. Excuse me, please.
Thank you.
Nick?
I'd like to make a comment and see what Olga thinks about this. Near the end of your presentation, you have a pyramid with the US on top and a bunch of smaller regional and local powers on the bottom. And while the global power or powers attempt to shape the global order and to maintain the system according to their own rules, there's also the reality that even the nation states on the bottom of the pyramid, through asymmetrical action, can cause a ripple through the entire system and reshape the global order through asymmetrical action, such as even non-state actors can engage in a terrorist attack like the 9/11 attacks, which reshape the entire global order from top down. So even though they aren't global powers, they still can have global impacts, especially if their asymmetrical actions are well thought out. Thank you.
Indeed, some smaller countries have a wide range of tools and instruments to influence the global world order and the situation in the global world. I don't like to mention such elements as Hamas or Islamic State, but some countries have a great soft power to influence the ideas and the likes and dislikes of the global humanity. Besides, some countries are very capable of making discursive power, which means they can create a scenario and prominent ideas for the development of the humankind. And a very interesting example is India. It proposed an idea that the world is one family. I think it is a very important idea to understand and to recognize as a basic form of our existence in the globe. The humankind, all the people of the global is a whole family, is one family. And it is the idea of ahimsa, of which was produced by India too.
I have a question for Bill, because you should have 7 minutes, I guess.
Okay. Thank you, Olga Georgievna. It seems to me that your pyramid equals unipolar world order. So I wonder if you recognize that the world order is changing now, and if so, how do you see the evolution of the world order?
So we have read very attentively all your works about this problem, and we support your ideas about the transition of work order, of transformation of world order. So we share your ideas on this topic and on this problem as well.
I have a question here. As a big historian, can you hear me well? Can you hear me?
Olga, do you hear us?
Can you hear me? Yes.
No, the noise is very vulnerable. The sound is very vulnerable. It's very difficult to hear your question.
I'll speak there.
Perhaps to come.
Yeah. As a big historian, I can't avoid associating two ideas. You know. The very idea of full spectrum domination, that's a very recent doctrine among some great powers, or some global powers, as you point out. I can't avoid associating that idea of full spectrum dominance to the control of free energy. You know, it's very interesting, the fact that the more capable a power becomes in terms of control of energy resources and in making these energy resources work in a very efficient way, they can try to become a power with full spectrum dominance. So would you agree with the idea that the more a power tries to become really a global power, the more he is able to fragment the world? Because I can't see a world united. You know, I have an impression that during the Cold War, even with two superpowers struggling for global dominance, or at least regional dominance, the world was more coherent. You know, we have so many different state and non-state agents, as Nick pointed out, that are able to disturb, to make not ripples, more than that, big ripples in the system. You know, and I think that we are really very far from how can I say this, a jump or a change of phase in the system, you know, because the more these global powers try to unify the world, the more the world is pulverized. You know, we see the rising of nationalism everywhere, the rise of identities, the clash of different groups. The world seems more fragmented now than it was before. And I can't avoid associating that to the attempts of full spectrum domination. What do you think about that? Do you see a concrete possibility of a real global power?
I think that the nearest future contains a wide range of different scenarios, and one of them may be. And what about the control of the energy? As far as the energy is very important for the development of the humankind and economy, global economy, the power which possesses the control over the energy will be, I think, maybe in the nearest future, the global power too, or contender for the global power.
Right. Okay.
Andrei? Yes, thank you. Enya
Yes, I'd just like to go back very quickly to Nick's question, which was again referred to by the previous speaker just now, of small actors right at the bottom of the scale, even non-state actors like the Islamic State and or various non-governmental organizations, perhaps, you know, acting in various countries for regime change and things like that. So very often these small actors, because they are small actors, are very easily manipulated by the great powers. So in the case of the Islamic State, we know very well that there was actually, I mean, it has been released officially. You know, we have those documents even from the American defense establishment. They were being manipulated. Like at one point, the Islamic State and Al Qaeda were the two different departments in the US defense establishment were supporting these opposing sides. Similarly, the NGOs, which also are a power of projecting, you know, for projecting influence, the color revolutions, that's what I'm thinking of, they are also largely manipulated, funded practically all over the world, even in Malaysia, which is where I come from. Much of the, or in Russia, for example, you know, the election of Yeltsin was largely funded by Bill Clinton, and it's open. So, so even these small actors are actually very useful, and it's often not very clear whether they're acting on their own right or whether they are being manipulated without their knowledge. A good example, because you mentioned Hamas, it's well known that Hamas is a creation of Israel, which used it against the Palestinian Authority. And now it is facing this problem of its own creation. I mean, these are historical facts. I mean, not. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Now, in political science, there is a discussion about the role of middle power. What can they do to transform the political order of the globe? And indeed, they have some tools and instruments to influence. For example, Australia. Australia is a middle power, but joining two AUKUS, where the main actors, United States and Great Britain, it has increased its political weight. Some countries can manipulate the global actors, the great powers, such as Vietnam. Sometimes it proclaimed itself to be ally partner of Russia. Today, it proclaimed, it states itself to be a partner of the United States. Philippines, the previous president of Philippines even said that he would like to join Russia and BRICS. So it has some resonance in the global world. And Argentina, we can see how the candidates for the presidential post manipulate the country and can influence the public opinion of the global world and can influence even in the political situation in their continent, Latin America, and even in other remote lands.
Thank you, Olga, for your paper and for your comments. We have to move on. We could continue this discussion for long, but now we give the floor to the final presenter at this conference, the president of International Big History Association, Daniel Barreiras, International Order and Cognitive Evolution, a big history approach to the concept of Europe, 1815 and 1848. Daniel, of course, also represents Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. No, I think so. A good point if everybody sees it.
We need some help.
And do the well. Good question. Yes. Does anybody see anything? Question to the audience.
No, no.
Do you see anything? What do you see? Do you have a
Just
connection?
a room, no slide.
No slide yet.
And this, you don't see the slide, yes?
No slides yet.
I think you should go to Zoom and to share the screen.
Here?
Yes, Zoom, but I think you should, you're not really, you should open Zoom. Perhaps you can solve this problem. Yes. Because we should get the normal. It's not. How to the full screen. Zoom.
I have to deal with this thing.
Here it is.
Yes.
Here it is. Now here's the screen.
There, no. This one. This one.
This one. Okay. And
Hi. Do you see
Now we have-
the?
I will increase it now.
Do you see the screen now?
Can you see?
Yeah.
Yes.
In presentation mode.
All right.
Yes.
Can I start? Can I go? Can I start?
Daniel, please.
Okay. So I'm Daniel Barreiros. I'm coming from Brazil. I'm a associate professor at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. I teach there some topics on big history when I can, and mostly in economic history and international relations, and mostly international political economy. This presentation is as a development of previous ideas that I had that are on articles and in other presentations and in other big history congresses. And it's called International Order and Cognitive Evolution, a big history approach to the concept of Europe, 1815-1848. I'll have to say before I start that it's not actually how can I say this a real big history, because I'm not considering here cosmic or cosmic evolution and chemical evolution, etc., because my object requires that I restrict a little bit my time span. So my main question here is that do statesmen in the international arena, do they make decisions based on the models that international relations theory affirm they do? For example, are they rational, or are do they behave as the international relations theory say they behave? Big history led me to question some of the main ideas in international relations theory, and I decided to use the concept of Europe, so the situation after the Napoleonic Wars, to as a study case of my hypothesis. So the whole idea is human cognitive evolution has a role in decisions and in decision making in the international order. That's the question. So let's see where we get. So how realist is IR realist school? The IR realist school is maybe the most important school in international relations. There are others, of course, but it's an old and a really important school of thought. The common tenets of the international realist school are, first one, the rational decision-making model. It's very common, including in economics, and it's based on some premises that are these ones. First, the actors are always maximizer actors. They're always making rational decisions to maximize the output of their actions. And they know how to choose the better path to find the better cost price, the cost benefit option. Even in international relations, but also in economic behavior. So they're always thinking.
Your slides are not moving forward. Sorry about that.
My slides are not moving forward. Okay.
Yeah, they're frozen on my screen.
Anton, any idea what to do?
We will fix that. Just a second.
So you don't see your slides moving?
I believe.
Yeah, sorry, I was still at number 1, frankly.
Do everybody has this problem? Do everybody sees the first slide? Because actually there is no slide at all.
I saw the second slide, but only after a while.
The rest has the same problem.
Well,
can anybody answer the question? Does everybody see the first slide till now? Because we stopped demonstration.
Yes.
But if you see till now the first slide, it means that there is some other problem.
No slide now.
So you see the first slide, yes?
Now can you see? Now can you see now?
Now it shows it as screen sharing, and now it's showing the top slide.
You go with that, okay? Now can you see the slide changing?
Yes.
Yes.
I really do not see it changing.
Okay, right, yeah, thank you.
Yes, so it's okay.
Okay. So the common tenets are rational decision making, as I said before. So the theory presumes that the actors act in a cost-benefit base. They have perfect information, so they can make all rational decisions. The theory states that all actors they assume a balancing or bandwagoning stance. So they try to balance against a rising power, or they try to align with stronger powers for security reasons. They have no other options beyond that. But my question is, are really policymakers rational agents? I don't think they are, because we have a lot of cognitive biases that are reasonably detected by international relations analysts that are more in tune with cognitive and psychological theories. For example, there's a lot of confirmation bias in all decisions that are made by statesmen. Yeah? So they tend to interpret things, to read things that confirm their pre-existing beliefs and views. For example, there is a lot of availability heuristic. Recent events are more important than past events when they take decisions. Prospect theory that it shows that they are really risk averse, and they are risk averse when the potential gains are at hand, and they are risk seeking when the potential losses are at hand, which is absolutely irrational in many situations. The endowment effect, for example, is really present in international relations decisions. So the statesmen tend to overvalue a possessed asset, for example, an idea, a course of action, they agree, they decide to do it, and they don't really use rational thought to make decisions. That's a fact, and it's quite proven. I can say that, you know. So they are not rational, fully formed statement, and it seems to be a fact that their decisions are deeply affected by their unconscious. So it's more than enough to question much of the international relations theories. Well, where all these biases come? Where they come? I believe that they come from our cognitive evolution, and I think that we as international relations analysts and historians, and big historians, we have to pay attention to the evolution of cognition. And I know that chimpanzees are not the best proxy, or not the perfect proxy for the behavior of our last common ancestor with these other primates, but it's the only proxy we have. So I think that we can use primatology to try to understand why statesmen think what they think, you know. As we know, our last common ancestor with chimpanzees lived by 6 million years ago, 7 million, 8 million in some different analysis, but the range is that 8 to 6 million years ago. And how do chimpanzees behave socially? They of course, they are social primates. They have a very special form of sociability because they form really complex groups. Well, of course, not so complex than humans, but they form really complex groups if compared to other primates. And there's this phenomenon in chimpanzee social life that we call in-group formation, and that sociology also observes in humans. For example, among chimpanzees in a group, in a given social group, which means chimpanzees that live together, that socialize, etc., they tend to have pro-social behavior, which means two things. One, they compete for power and they compete for social status. They are not equalitarians in any sense, you know. Of course, there are limits. There are limits to the struggle of power, to the struggle for power and influence among chimpanzees, and these limits are given by the prevention of lethal violence, which means that chimpanzees fight for social status and fight. I won't say power because they don't have power over each other, but they fight for status, and but they intuitively know most of the time when to stop lethal violence, you know. And of course, this is a major tool, a major mechanism to prevent the dissolution of chimpanzee groups. They must rely on, they need to trust each other because they have different relationships with different people, different other chimpanzees, because they trust more one than other, because they have a history of past interactions. So the in-group formation in chimpanzees means these two things. They will form among themselves a hierarchy, but in this hierarchy formation, they won't let lethal violence escalate. You know, of course, sometimes lethal violence occurs inside the groups, but it's quite rare. But by the other hand, as chimpanzees they form in groups. they automatically form outgroups, which means that chimpanzees that are not recognized as members of the group, which means that chimpanzees that do not belong to, that are not present in the social memory of the members in a given group, they are not considered, of course, members of that group, and the mechanisms that prevent lethal violence are not activated. Which means that all relationships, all contacts between chimpanzees from different groups result or in non-lethal violence, but most probably they will result in lethal violence. There's no way to escape that, There's no way, or at least we don't know a way, they can establish peaceful relations between groups. So this is how chimpanzees behave. And other primates, chimpanzees are not the only one, but chimpanzees are the most important proxy we can consider in our analysis. So my challenge is I can of course analyze international relations without taking into consideration these things. I can do that, okay? But I shouldn't, because statesmen are social primates. No, of course they are. They're not above nature. There's nothing above nature. That's the point. Unless someone can prove me that there's something supernatural, everything is natural. Of course, even culture. Actually, especially culture, especially our ideas, especially our belief in the unseen things. It must be natural because you don't have other choice. You don't have any proof of anything else. So the statements are social primates, and we believe, me and other scholars, we believe that Homo sapiens inherited this last common ancestor ethology, which means their behavior in the form of unconscious archetypes. I disagree very much with many social biologists that think that you can apply directly primate behavior to humans. I don't think that's the case, because there is a mediation. Human mind works differently, in spite of the fact that human mind has inherited all these unconscious archetypes from past species, from their lineage. So we can say that among humans, we have an archetype of peace. And this archetype of peace is present in all over cultures, all over the world. All over the world, it takes almost the same form, in spite of the fact that culture changes the expression of the archetype. The archetype never expresses itself in the same way, because culture gives the fine-tuning of the archetype expression. But we have the archetype of peace that is related to all the behaviors that are related to the in-group formation that we see in chimpanzees, and probably we would see in the last common ancestor if we could have contact with this extinct species, and an archetype of war that is related to the behavior chimpanzees have through outgroups. And these two archetypes, they are running on the backstage of our mind, and they are here all the time. And we can't think, we can't suppress these things. But, and I'm reaching the end of my presentation. Just before I speak about my case study. But Homo sapiens has what we call a transdominial or a transdomanial mind architecture. What it means? It means that all these cognitive algorithms that are inherited by natural selection, they can be played. Human mind can play with these archetypes, with these algorithms, and apply these algorithms for everything, to any circumstance. For example, in chimpanzees, the ethological contents of their minds are purpose and object specific. You know, a chimpanzee cannot apply his, and I will say his because they are no. I won't say they are it, they are his. Chimpanzees, they will not apply his or her ethological behavior towards in-group members to an out-group member. It's impossible. It won't happen. But humans can do that. Humans can apply these algorithms to any circumstances. And more than that, all this inherited ethological content has an open-ended application. It's there. It's something like a formula, you know, like a story we tell to ourselves. You know, it's a frame for situations that we are trying to cognize in the world. It's the same formula, and it can apply to anything. You know. For example, humans can apply the archetype of peace in their relationship with trees, for example, with the nature or whatever, with the planet or with other non-human animals, or I don't know. They can apply to everything, and they also can apply the archetype of war to things that are really strange. For example, in my country, we have this slogan, "War on COVID." What it means? That it should stick together against a virus. You know, it's not really war. You know, we're not engaging some strange chimpanzee that is coming to our territory. It's not that. We're using that idea, of course, this archetype to frame our collective behavior. You know, and humans can do that. So we can use the archetype to. Let's skip to the post-Napoleonic order, and I'll try to link these two ideas. Yeah. So I think that post-Napoleonic order is not only, but also a product of social primate mind. The European system was designed after the Napoleonic Wars as a balance of power system, which means that the great powers would balance their power, of course, so that no one becomes an hegemonic power in that system, you know? And actually, from 1815 to 1854, major wars between great powers didn't occur. The concept of Europe was described by the statesmen at that time under a spirit of European solidarity. You know, it encompasses public law treaties, negotiation action, and the diplomacy through conferences was really a new diplomatic concept at that time. It was really a peaceful attempt to reconciling interstate agendas that were so conflictive, and that in the previous century led to many wars. You know, and more, the statesmen recognized that all the powers in the system were a community of interests. I would like to stress all these ideas because I think that these metaphors that are documented, you can read them, there are in all documents produced by the Congress of Vienna, for example. They are clues, they are telltale clues for the archetype of peace activation. You know, these primates back there in France, back there in Versailles, they were really acting like chimpanzees, and they were trying to frame the whole Europe as an in-group, you know, composed by peers, composed by people that were equal, you know, so that they could let the lethality prevention or the spirit, or I won't say instinct because it's not a correct term, but they use all these metaphors to let this archetypical behavior take their minds, you know, and permit them to think Europe as one single group, one single village, if I may. So, we are seeing social ethology in action. How so? First, the four great powers are unconsciously imagined as an in-group. Okay, Russia, Prussia, Britain, and Austria were considered as four chimps. Let's say it that way. And so, if they are members of a single group, their differences were not relevant. Were not relevant. They were transcending the ideological divide that they had, of course. So they saw themselves as a special group of peers: European, Christian, white, of course, and civilized. The many procedures and the diplomacy fulfilled this ethological expectation of averting lethality. That was the idea. We can't fight, we can't kill each other. And in the case of disputing agendas, the concert established that compensations were to be made to preserve all peers' status positions, which means that in this in-group, attention to that, in that in-group, it won't exist change in status positions. I think this is a problem. It's a main problem there. The second one. The first one is that the four major powers were considered an in-group. The second one, the entire Europe is unconsciously imagined as also an in-group, which means a nested reality. One in-group inside another in-group. Chimpanzees cannot do that, at least as far as we know, because this is a characteristic of human mind. We can superpose ideas and and create these mega structures, these mega cognitive structures, nested realities, etc., etc. And in that metaphor, the second metaphor, when Europe is imagined as an in-group, the four great powers are imagined as an emergent entity, right, in a community with lesser powers. This emergent individual that's formed by the four great powers together, they have an asymmetric power over the community, which means that the struggle for status among the lesser powers was repressed by this emergent entity. So the lesser powers were urged to renounce any national agendas, and of course, the great powers would prevent any fight inside Europe, acting as one, acting as a single individual. Of course, the concept of Europe didn't fail because of social ethological reasons, of course. Not only for social ethological reasons. There are many other simpler explanations why the concept of Europe more or less failed. But I believe that part of the problems the statesmen faced in the management of the Congress of the concept of Europe came from a social ethological failure. They were really having a bad time trying to cognize the system because their unconscious was being contradicted by the facts. There were ethological expectations, primatological expectations, because they recruited the archetype of peace, but when they recruited the archetype of peace, when the archetype of peace was confronted by the reality, the political reality, the short history reality, there was a clash, and these statements began to act strangely, and it's documented by conventional history that the statesmen they have become even more and more careless as the time passes, as the decades pass. The concept of Europe didn't grow more stable, by the contrary. So what's the problem? What's the social ecological failure we have here? Because when the four great powers conceive themselves as an in-group, which means as chimpanzees in a single group, they should have admitted struggle for status among them. But they didn't, because it was a security system. It was made to prevent status struggle, you know. But their unconscious was telling to them, whoa, but if this is really an in-group, there should be struggle for status, but there is not. So this is not an in-group. This is something else, okay? So as we know, all chimpanzee and human groups are structured as volatile hierarchies, all of them, except of course of states. But I'm meaning here, I'm referring here to social relations in a peer-to-peer level. You know, there's always chimpanzees and humans are hierarchical primates. You can't avoid that. You know. Of course, these hierarchies can express itself in different ways. In different ways, but there's always been the formation of hierarchies among chimpanzees and humans. So there was a problem in the unconscious expectations of this statement. They were having there was some disturbance in the background of their minds, and when confronted to the historical or the short historical reality, it was something like big history being confronted by short history, if I can say that. So the idea of balance of status violated ethological expectations for in-group social relationships. And it made the great power statement prone to bypass political limitations just to seek a struggle for status. You know, that's what we observe as the years pass. You know, Prussia becomes more careless, and Austria, and they start to try to fight for power among themselves, and all the system was made to prevent that. So the institutions, I don't think they prevail in this case. The other is this is the first problem. The second problem that refers to the second metaphor. The great powers, they behaved as an emergent individual, an emergent entity. But they behaved as an emergent entity that was permanently on the top of the status pyramid, which means that Greece, Hungary after, of course, the independence, but Italy, the Italian states, Switzerland or Belgium, etc., 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 they couldn't. They wouldn't have the chance, or they couldn't defy the power of the four great powers, because the system was built as if the great powers were something like gods. You know, they were out of the status struggle, and they came from above to prevent all these earthlings fight among themselves. This is a really, really, really big, gigantic ethological breach, you know, if I can say that. If these statements were recruiting the archetype of peace to frame the European relationships, and they say, no, but we are on top, and we will be forever on top, and we rule over you, and we will prevent you from struggling for status, it makes a shortcut in unconscious mind, of course, just because the archetype was raised, you know. So no circulation of status among the lesser and the greater powers was a major problem, just because the archetype of peace was invoked. You know, they should be supposed to fight for status in a non-lethal way, but they were prevented. You couldn't do that. The concept of Europe was made to crystallize the status positions of all lesser powers. You know. And of course, the statesmen went crazy. They began to, you know, if you study the Greek history after the independence, you can see this very clearly, how defiant, how challenging they were. They couldn't accept that because, you know, there are many ideological reasons they raised, of course, liberty, freedom, things like that. You know, we have the right of development and our, you know, all these things that we used to say based on our culture. But in the background, at the background, I'm sure that what was running there was an ethological failure. You know, they were unable to understand, to cope these two facts, these two phenomena, what was happening in the world and what was happening in their minds, in their unconscious. You know? So because of the status situation was prevented, statesmen in weaker nations had difficulty in framing Europe as an in-group. Imagine that all these leaders in Greece, they thought, well, if Europe is an of course, they thought that unconsciously, of course. But if Europe is an in-group, we should be disputing statutes. Of course, in a peaceful way, you know, should be trying to overcome our neighbors in terms of access to things and to access, you know, no, statues or prestige, etc. But they are prevented to do so. And so that's the reason why I think there was a shortcut, you know. And this is my last slide. The sad fact is that if a balance of power was to be achieved, they should have used the archetype of war instead of the archetype of peace, you know, because only the archetype of war can be used to frame a balance of power situation, because chimpanzees, for example, and I believe that firmly. I believe that it's runs things like that runs in our unconscious. Chimpanzees refrain from coalitional lethal violence against other groups if they cannot achieve power superiority. You know, chimpanzees are not like, there are no Rambos among chimpanzees. You know, there's not this lonely soldier that, you know, goes there and kills everybody. There's no, it's not like, there's nothing like that. Chimpanzees promote lethal violence against outside members of their own species, of course, if they have power superiority. Only in that circumstance. They will never enter the core of the range of another group to confront, you know, to fight an entire group. This is impossible, you know. Okay, humans can do that, but that's another story for another presentation. I have some conclusions about that. But the fact is, unconsciously, the power superiority, you know, so the equilibrium, the attempt to find equilibrium, you know, a dynamic equilibrium, of course, you know, should, at least in unconscious terms, should be more effective in bringing a real balance of power in Europe. But of course, this is something conjectural. Of course, we cannot test a thing like that. So that's the end of my presentation. I'd like just to say that this is an attempt to cross disciplinary boundaries, and I agree that it's not a big history. Yes, maybe it could be, I don't know. But it's an attempt to cross disciplinary boundaries in order to improve international relations, reflections, and theories. You know, I believe that big history opens the doors for disciplinarian academics to do that, to find the convergence between different sciences and different fields, And I think our power, including our power to frame scenarios in international relations, can be really improved if we can do that crossing between scientific fields. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So please, any questions, comments? So Sandra, you have a question, please.
Thank you, Daniel, for introducing this ethological perspective into this whole question of politics. It actually, in a sense, confirms the point I was trying to make several times yesterday about the animal or the chimpanzee still inhabiting us. So actually, you're saying you're still acting like chimpanzees. So it's, it seems to me to confirm the point I was trying to make. Thank you for that. But actually, my question is more about the very beginning of your presentation. And actually, this whole presentation has been like a critique of the realist school, the IR school, International Realist School. As you probably know, the greatest proponent, perhaps, of this realist school is John Mearsheimer here at our University of Chicago, just here.
It's not a classical realist,
Pardon?
He's not a classical realist.
Anyway, the point is, you're opposing the two, but I wonder whether the realist approach, you talked about cognitive biases, and within that you mentioned confirmation bias, availability, heuristic, prospect theory, endowment, etc. And I basically agree with you, but I think whether it might be more helpful and productive and useful to see the realist approach as more like a limiting case, because these cognitive biases can go only so far without reality catching up with you. Let me give you a very good example, because a very good example of the things we're talking about is what has just happened in Ukraine. See, the West had all these cognitive biases, that Russia was economically weak, that Russia was militarily weak, that they would be able to isolate it. And if you look at the basis of this, what is the basis for these cognitive biases? Is ultimately like this Bruno Le Maire, the finance minister in France, said, oh, if Russia makes war in 2 weeks, it will collapse because of our sanctions, So none of this has happened. So where did this confirmation cognitive biases come from? Ultimately, it's a question of civilizational arrogance. You see, like you showed for the 4 powers in the concert, they were so sure that they were right on the top of, progress and of civilization, and the Russians being treated as subhumans. Actually, we've seen that all over the news, ostracized even at a personal level, that they could not expect. In fact, what it has shown is Russia is a real economy. It's a productive economy. It's a manufacturing economy, not the kinds of financializing. So it's actually reality is surging up. See, the realism is actually a limiting factor. And John Mearsheimer, being the realist he is, had foreseen all of this. In fact, he says very clearly that this war was imposed by the U.S. He's an American. He fought in World War II, as an American. And so he says it's our fault and we will lose.
Yeah.
And he's saying it as a realist. And it's because reality has caught up with all these cognitive biases. So I maybe you could think these two together in a kind of a dialectical way. Thank you.
I agree with you. Actually, Mearsheimer was one of the few realist scholars that have decided to say the opposite of what everyone else was saying. But consider that my problem with the realist theory is not about their assumptions. My problem is with their view of human nature. That's the problem. And it's related to Kenneth Waltz and all this old authors, and it was reproduced all over the world, the years, you know. Even Mersheimer somehow don't disagree with these implicit ideas about human nature that are really weak, you know, really weak. They are outdated, you know, completely outdated. They have many things more, even better now, you know. Well, that's my only question about my only problem with the realist theory, that their vision about human nature is, how can I say that? It's not correct, you know. I don't know if I can dare to say that, but I don't think it fits with the best of science we have now. And of course, this has consequences, theoretical consequences. Of course, they become some kind of stuck in this Hobbes versus Rousseau debate. You know, something like something that belongs to the 17th or the 18th century. You know, it seems that international relations hasn't hasn't improved after that. You know, it's always stuck in political philosophy of the 17th and the 18th century, and you know, that's my only problem. I agree with you. Yes, I agree that the realist school can be something like a bigger frame, but there are adjustments to be made. That's my understanding.
See, rather than saying it to be incorrect, I would say perhaps why not say that it is incomplete? Because those characteristics you gave of maximization, cost benefit, perfect information, balancing, bandwagoning, we are seeing all of this being played out. For example, China, it actually realizes it's balancing, you know. At first it sort of tried to show as if it was neutral, though it's actually sympathetic to. So there's balancing going on because China knows it might be the next target, you know. And then bandwagoning. You see, like, for example, what happened in Niger recently. There was no Russian influence. That all of them, when they wanted to kick out the French, they were all carrying Russian flags, you know, and cheering Putin. Why? Because what has happened is that these countries which are looking, you know, cost-benefit analysis of their relationship to the West and to the US, they finally see a country which is able to stand up successfully, and that affects their cost-benefit analysis, you see, around the world. So there are countries which are actually bandwagoning. So, so these things which are emphasized by the realist school, they are also coming into play, but they are not complete. You know, we need to take into consideration exactly the sort of things you're talking about, because if the Europeans had a realist attitude to what is happening in Ukraine, they wouldn't have done all these things, in my opinion. Thank you.
Mersheimer advised that, said, don't do it. Yes, but they did. That's it.
Any other questions or comments with respect to Daniel's presentation? If there are no other questions and comments, perhaps we are coming to the final phase. Perhaps just if anybody would like to make any general statements, any general comments for the whole symposium, just something that one wanted to say but had no chance to say. Now perhaps it's time to say, just to express some general comments on the symposium, or just any wishes for the future, etc. I wonder, Martin, you were so active. Is Martin with us?
No.
Yeah, no, Martin was with us.
I just want to thank the hosts. You know, this has been a great conference. I learned a great deal. This is the first time I'm actually participating in a big history conference. I thought my presentation would be perhaps completely out of place, but I've actually learned a lot. And in fact, I find that this has been a more receptive and productive environment for the things I'm working on than, say, people who specialize in religious studies or Indology, which is my area. So I want to thank our Russian hosts very much for this, for having organized this, and I look forward to future participation. Thank you.
You like to
I'd like to say just a brief thing. I think it's wonderful because I just made a presentation about international relations, and there was an international relation presentation about international relations before me, and I was completely absorbed by a presentation about virus. You know, yes. I was so amazed by that. Wow, it's so incredible, you know. And I think that's the magic of big history. You know, I'm a historian. No, only a historian. But I learned that historical reality is way bigger than I was taught in my school years and my academic years, and that's it. You know, I think this cross fertilization. I don't know if the term is correct, but it's I don't know. I think it's the future. I think I don't want to show myself so passionate about that because it may sound cheesy, but well, I'll run the risk. That's the magic of big history. I think that's what we're doing.
Yes, Jesse, as the coordinator of European Big History Network, wouldn't you like to say something if you are still with us, Jesse? No, I'm not sure that Jesse is still with us. Fine. Perhaps, Leonid, will you say just a couple?
Martin,
please. Martin, yes.
So I have to say, I really feel inspired. And, this goes into quite a range of different directions.
Yeah.
So quite impressively, we've seen people talking about quite different areas. On reflection, are these areas actually that different?
Yeah,
because we've really seen how seemingly unconnected areas are actually interconnected. I think this is a very important point to take away.
Yes.
I think Jesse was writing. No.
Yes. No, Lenin perhaps suggested. No, yes. No, so perhaps a few concluding words. No, so I think we are closing this symposium. Yes, we are grateful to everybody who participated in it. We are especially grateful who managed to be with us up to the end. So special thanks to you for your patience and persistence, etc. No, so it was the 5th symposium. I hope it will continue. Daniel, I think the next large big history event will be in a conference. Will you say a couple of words about the next conferences?
Yes.
Can I just say something, please?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I enjoyed it thoroughly. I've learned a lot, gone and grey a little in the process. And I think, when will you be holding your next conference, do you think?
In June next year.
Yeah, okay, let me know. And we'll put it on our website. See if the political map is conducive to scientists, like movement of people, especially scientists, right? Obviously, I'd come to wherever you are or you will be. I assume you're in Russia, right? I don't mind. I've been to Russia a few times before the upheaval of politicians' egos. So basically, I don't mind coming. I'll come along and support you guys. And of course, let us know. We'll advertise on our website. We'll get more people, more young people in this forum. I say this because vast majority, almost all of them, all of the talks were inspirational, like Martin said, you know. And I found that although some of the material is new to me, but still it's making me think, and not in isolation as a pure experimentalist, a chemist, you know, from that point of view. So I really enjoyed it, and let's stay in touch, everybody, and see where we get to next year. Yeah.
But
Yes, please.
I am feeling inspired, you know, by a great number, so interesting, different, and at the same time united by big history presentations, and we of course will see each other different the different conference, but we hope that we all will connect with the sixth the international symposium after 3 years in this Moscow State University.
We hope it will be. So, no, I think we can continue our communications for long, but I think we still have to come to the close.
Yes.
So we have to say.
Okay. Okay. I love Olga's background, virtuousy. I think it's fantastic. All right. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Bye.